adjust the sound. That's a little better. Okay. I didn't realize that I bumped it up so much. Alright, where are we at? Do we got actually any spot? We do got a couple spots. Plant some cauliflower so everybody can start working on that. Let's see. More onions and potatoes. Onions, potatoes. Ooh, I need more lettuce. Okay. We'll have to keep that in mind while everybody's working on things. Ugh. Also, I'm gonna have just up here in the background because it didn't seem like words on stream were very useful. Oh. That's right, I don't need just on my phone anymore because I now have her up here, so I can at least be a viewer. So if you're not already following Sweetie, definitely go follow Sweetie. Sweetie is a wonderful being. They are an... I don't want to necessarily say an old friend, but they're like one of my earlier friends in my Twitch career. So definitely go give them a follow if you haven't already. They are good peoples. Alright, before I go into like actual job searching in the website that I want to specifically work on, looks like I got a handful of emails that may possibly be something from Lensa. I don't remember what Lensa is, to be honest. Oh, okay, I remember. I don't want to necessarily go accounts payable because I've never actually done AP, but I wish in the list that they gave me would tell me if any of this was actually remote or not, because that's the thing. Because if none of this is like actually remote, I don't want it. All right, let's click on this first one, see where it takes us. Okay, this redirects way too much, I'm not gonna lie. Like, this sounds like something I could do, it's just on-site. Okay, it took forever to get to the words on-site, but all right, so that's what I'm gonna have to worry about with Lensa here. Okay, turn on remote only. There we go, that's a little bit better. All right, that being said, let me also come here, search jobs. Okay, let me star this. So that way I can have another avenue of applying to things. But Lensa, at least what I see here immediately, not necessarily gonna work. Not necessarily gonna work. Okay, real quick, how much money do we have? Okay, we could probably afford to like pick up another water bot or something. No R to rotate. Alright, I guess we're just stuck with it being upsy downsies. So this might be a little overkill, but I'm gonna go 2 water bots. Because I know one thing that I saw was it's good to prioritize water bots. Actually, hold on. Give me the house. Give me this. And we'll build another house. All right, cool. So this should help us get something else. Not 100% sure what, but it'll help us. Oh, also, while I'm thinking about it. Oh, I'm broke. Never mind. Oh. Okay. Let's get another plot here so we can really get plants going. I think that'll be the smart call. All right, we're gonna let that run for a little bit. Okay. All right, definitely click me best match. I think best match immediately the best thing. Skills? No, I don't want. Roll? Is there? Looks like a lot of these don't necessarily have great matches for me, so that's kind of annoying. Okay, maybe Brain Trust is a bit of a bust, because a lot of these seem to be like international. Like, that sounds neat, but I'm sure that I wouldn't be able to technically do that, not with at least my resume. Okay, yeah, location. Okay, that bumps it down to 43. Okay, that makes it a little bit more reasonable. What's the deal with this? I don't know what this is, but whatever. So everything's still okay. I don't like how it goes back to the very top. I can work with that. I'll give him $20 an hour. It's just posting.
Happy birthday!
Jambone, what quest do you get? Make it to the end of the temple and release all the trapped phantoms. I've still yet to do that. I really need to go back and play that game. But how's it going, Jam? How is your Tuesday? I mean, you wanna come on? Come on. You gotta watch that nail, baby. You got very sharp nails. I know this is a long shot, but yeah. Mm. Mm. Tuesday's good, leaving work and starting. Ooh, very nice. Congratulations. Hope you have a good weekend for yourself. Oh, cool. It looks like a lot of things got built over here. All right, first things first. I know we needed more lettuce, so let's bang some lettuce here. I don't know how much we need. Then from here, we need more onions, so let's onions all of that up. And then it's potatoes next. Right? And we'll just do this one all potatoes. Then we'll look at that here in moments. Um. Controllers. I'm not gonna lie, I got tired of applying to that one. That one just it's above my head. Let's be real. Let's see. A lot of AI crap. Shopify. The fuck's a Shopify specialist? New process, 30 minutes for any project duration, 3 to 5 hours total. This is. I guess I'll view the job. What? Sure, fish. Okay. Like, you need to know how to use Shopify. Got it. Okay, yeah, I don't think. Yeah, they don't really have a lot. Huh. Okay, well, that's not as great as I thought it was going to be. Alright, let's go to Lensa, I guess. I don't. Okay, I'm not gonna. I don't trust that. Huh. So that's just this thing. I'm not sure if I should trust this website. Got it. Okay, Lensa bad. Alright, we're gonna get rid of Lensa. Alright, let's try this. Position type. Category. I mean, this is all remote, so it shouldn't matter. I could have sworn there was a way that I could make this entry level, or is that the other one? That sounds reasonable. I feel like I could do that. Yep, I already hate that. Hmm. No, it's useless to me. Alright, I'm gonna apply this. Please don't make me sign in. Just please don't make me. God damn it. Did you send it to spam? think I remember why I hated this one thing is it never seems to work. The whole my workday job's just awful to try and apply to. So stupid. I hate every second of it. That's that. Oh, okay. Did these? I think these are just decorations. Yeah, I'm not worried about decorations. Oh, I need even more carrots too? Alright. I don't know how many carrots I need, but that's what we were doing. Alright, you know what? Guess we're never gonna apply to that because it just will not let me reset my password. It was a long shot anyways, but I was gonna try it. Okay, was this the one where I could? So it doesn't matter. Well, that's annoying. They have this behind a paywall. Okay, well. That's good. That gets deleted. Fuck you. Nobody likes you anyways. Okay, Hmm. I guess back to LinkedIn, I guess, for now. Just to be honest, I don't trust Indeed. Just don't. It's CDM. I don't know what CDM is. Nope, can't do that one because that's in the thing. You'd think if it had me sign into my LinkedIn when applying, it would just, do the thing. What's the point of my resume if you're gonna make me... Today's gonna be a test, I can already tell. Today is gonna be a test. I was hoping it wouldn't take, this short amount of time for me to just get to the point of just general frustration of for the love of God, will this thing make up its fucking mind? Jesus. Why is that? Okay, I'm not applying to this because they're like, hey, do you have a home phone number? You need to put something. You're like, no, fuck off. I feel like have I already applied to this? I must have. Okay, I think I might have applied to. Okay, I might have hit. Okay, maybe if I just, maybe I'll just skip to page 3. Okay, not applying to this one because it literally. Actually, hold on. Wait, is it because it's autofill? Oh, that's so stupid. Don't yell at me in the zip code box if it has something to do with needing the country. Fuck. God damn. No, I'm. No, no, I'm already done with it. Like, it's like your system's not even good enough to read my fucking resume. Fuck you. Hey, it's alright. Fine. Guess I won't apply to this one either, computer. What are you talking? Whew, I had to sneeze. Might have to sneeze some more. Ooh, Jesus. So sneezy. So sneezy. Raptor, welcome on in. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Ooh, gonna gather some chickies to unlock new worlds. Nice. Nice. Ooh, got a new fish. I found where I can add in custom fish. I'll need to mess with that at some point in time this week. Maybe not. Maybe towards the end of the week, if anything, but still. Penny? Alright. That works for me. Alright, everybody, give me a few moments. I gotta run Penny Potty. I'll leave everything up running. If you're not already following the Sweetie Gamer, give her a follow. She's good people. But I will be right back. Face cam gone, so you don't have to see me get up. Yes, Penny, I hear you. And that comes back on. All right, perfect. All right, and as I've done before, if you're not already watching or following the Sweetie Gamer, definitely go give her a follow. She's good people. She's a nice morning work lurk. She recently got back into streaming after taking like a 3-year hiatus. So definitely keep her in mind. Been playing a lot of this Jotun Slayer. It's a vampire survivor like, but Vikings. So if any of that sounds good to you, wait. Apply now. Oh, because okay, that's dumb. I hate this thing. What do you mean they don't match? I Leap Orb 12. Leap Orb 12. Upload my resume. No. Her name. It's all correct. Oh. Oh. How did you hear about this opportunity? LinkedIn. Were you referred to? No. When can you start? Immediately. What's your salary expectations? Oh, this is how... You don't give me anything, and this is just collections rep number 2. I'm gonna... say 17 an hour. I feel like that's pretty reasonable. Business. Or 4 plus. Mm. Do you have a worker compensation? Alright, cool. Gotta say, really like the music for the Rusty's retirement. It's just, it's so nice, it's so chill. Ooh. Ooh. Wee. Alright, so they have the same thing. So this should go fairly quickly, I hope. Nope, not applying this one because it has that stupid thing. This one's just taking forever to load. Oh, I just realized, there's a lot of done. Alright, what are we still looking for? A bunch of corn, bunch of potatoes. Alright, cool. Because I know we're actually pretty close to corn. Let's just do all that. And then potatoes. There we go. Also, general reminder, if you want to hit command join to join in on the farm down here and help out, feel free to. Let's go ahead and expand so we can get some more space in here. Then we can start buying some of the other lands and whatnot. I don't know when that's gonna get done. Are you gonna work on that? I'm assuming Rusty's eventually gonna get there. Oh, no. Oh, one of the little helper bots are doing it. Nice. Oh, and we get money back for demolishing all that. Nice. Cool. Alright, that'll be nice. Alright, this thing has not loaded at all whatsoever, so I'm gonna assume that one's junk. Can't apply to that one because that one just doesn't work for me. Can't apply to that one because that one doesn't work for me. I don't know what the fuck a follow-up specialist is, but... Just stop. Oh, county. It's so weird to me that some I think places would be like, "Hey, what county do you live in?" How many people like are constantly thinking about what county they live in? Are you the spouse, child, partner, parent-in-law who prefers no? Do you have any relatives? No. It's like, are you currently working? No. Have you previously worked? No. Have you ever been excluded? No. We now have sponsorship? No. Legalized? Yes. Please indicate how many years of management work experience you have related to this position. I'm going to say 3 to 5 years. How many years of project management? I'm going to say 0 to 2 technically. Yep, my associate's degree. And revenue cycle management. No, I would say I've never actually had to do that. Education. What? Oh, degree. Associate's degree. Those languages. Travel domestically. No. Willing to relocate. No. Actually, wait. This was remote, right? Yeah. Yes, yes. Consider park. Yes. Upload my resume. Okay, at least this one's like connect to your LinkedIn and it like automatically is like, hey, here's your LinkedIn link. Good job. Like, Jesus. I am white. I have a wiener. I don't want any of those. Creating candidate info, saving job application info. Under consideration, cool. Alright. Next. I can apply cash like no one's business. Next. I have. Can apply to everything. I don't really care. The more I can apply to, the better off I'll be. Yep. Nope. Continue. Mail. Wait. Continue. Not a protected veteran. No, I don't. Alright, making sure it has put everything in it that I needed to put in. Some of this stuff is annoying. Alright. Why do I... You know... Nope. Needed too much. Needed too much. Get out of here. Ooh, black red eye. That's a lot of colors. For fish. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be adding in a bunch of water Pokemon for sure. Oh, hey, look. The thing's all done. Alright, let's see. Earn 15,000 spare parts across the pay. We'll build that. Can I get enough to... I might be able to get enough to bang on, Alright, I don't think I can get up enough to get up to 6,000. But I can. At least get a couple more fields in so we can plant more crops. Can you get lunch soon? Okay. Lord, I got a job, I got a new job. Wait. Lord, I got a new job. Got my call back yesterday. Hell yeah. Very proud of you, Raptor. Nice. Am I in the game or do I have to join each stream? You have to join each stream. So a little command join. Alright, Kit. Do you know what you want for lunch? Do you want more black bean soup? Soup and bread. Okay, do you want me to just do like some of our like regular slices of bread, or do you want me to actually like start preheating the oven to do the thing? I'm assuming you want me to preheat the oven. Preheat it. Yeah, I can do that. All right, everybody, give me a few moments. I gotta preheat the oven. I will be back in literally like 2 seconds. Okay, I know you hit join, but I'm not seeing you pop up. I don't understand why. Oh, I wonder if I have to reconnect to Twitch. Give me a second. Maybe it didn't save. Where are we at? Here. Twitch. Oh. Okay, try that again. So that's good to know that I have to connect it every single time. That's annoying. Actually, I wonder if... Can I? Because I'm not. Oh, look at me go. Okay, cool. I can join. That's actually really helpful. Look at me. I'm all shiny and whatnot. Honestly, it might not be bad to make another biofuel. We'll let that go for a little bit longer. Shoop. Da. Whoop. Shoop. Do you live and plan to work remotely from a... No, I do not live from a state in the Pacific time zone. At least 15 to 17. Yeah, man, this is very medical. Check. I don't know if that's actually my specific title, but whatever. Medical specifically? No. Customer service, adaptability. Okay. And this one could have been a good one. Actually, no, I don't. Okay. Fine. Like, what's the point of having... No, who fucking has a home phone number anymore? You don't? No. No, you do not. It's like, I don't have a mobile number anymore. Like, fuck you, asshole. It's a remote job. Why you only? You know what? Fuck you. Okay, I know this. Okay. Okay, I think it's literally looping through because I remember seeing some of these already. Alright, gotta go put the bread in. Be right back. Oh, I just realized I never put my camera back on. Oopsies. There we go. Now y'all can see my dumb face. Uh, this the one where I got tired because you? Yeah. Okay. Alright, that seems fake as shit. I think I need to go get Penny because I hear her barking. So give me a moment. It's now taken care of. Alright, what we got going on here? Alright, cool. We finally got those. There's nothing over here, but we've got all that over there. Alright, well, what do we got to work on? We need to work on cauliflower, huh? Alright, I'll just do all that. Alright, let's see. Don't have anything for that. We don't want decorations. We're not worried about that yet. Don't have anything for that. Don't have anything for that. I don't understand what's going on with that. So, what are these? Oh. I don't... What is... Oh, okay, so this is like how everything's going. Like, you get more for... Okay, interesting. Alright, so real quick. Sonnet will sell decorations for your farm. We got that. A reaper will visit and sell chips for crops. Okay, so I be like, okay, I give him the potato. Oh. And I give him some lettuce. Oh, wait, those are chips. Wait, okay, I don't understand chips. Huh, okay. Oh, okay, so each of these chips, okay. Huh, interesting. Okay, neat. Alright. Pinging will help you gather fat. Okay, so these two are helping, these two do specific things. Forbrick will collect from beehives? Are like beehives a decoration? Where are... Or will he just make beehives? That's mushrooms, tropical, miscellaneous. Okay, I have no idea what... Okay, I need Forbic. Okay. So I get Forbic, and then I can... Okay, alright, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Alright. That makes more sense. Alright, honestly, while I'm thinking about it... Let's go get this area opened up. So that way we can have a nice, wide open bottom. That would be nice. I'll be an overnight chat agent, I don't care. that is remote. I'm not stupid.
I guess you're gonna miss the panty
Sweetie.
raid.
Sweetie.
What?
Okay. Inception. Cool. Sweetie, how was the rest of the Jotuns? They give you a proper shout out. Thank you, Brayden. I appreciate the kind words. Boots, welcome on in. I hope you kept Sweetie both company and in a constant state of challenge. Because it's a lot more fun when Sweetie is constantly screaming and cursing about how there's too much going on and how everything's trying to kill her. Boots, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the party. But yeah, this is only my second day of doing a work along stream. I am in the process of applying for jobs. That being said, we're about to come up on lunch break, which means after I'm done applying to jobs for like the next 15-ish minutes, I'm going to grab a quick lunch. We can sit back and chit chat, and then we're going to watch some YouTube videos so I can see if I can possibly learn how to make thumbnails better. That's the main thing we're focusing on at the moment. We have one video that we had to cut short because we had the plumber coming over, and after that, I don't know, I'll probably just search up some more stuff, but we'll figure it out. But everything was trying to kill me, so then it was a fun time. It was a fun time then. But yeah, Sweetie, Poots, if you got a raid and run, and anybody else coming over with the raid, it's like, if you got a raid and run, I completely understand. If you can at least leave a lurk up for me, I'd really appreciate it. But if not, again, go take care of yourself. Much more important than hanging out with me. While you are here, if you want to join in on the farm down here, just command join, and then you'll be able to hop on in. And then if you don't like the color you get, you can do command and then insert whatever color you want. I think so long as it's a basic color, you're fine. I like, you might be able to even get away with like something like a teal, but I don't know. Just if your color doesn't change when you do the command, then you know that it doesn't have that color as an option. And then if you want to go extra fun, if you want to do command fish, you can fish, because we got a couple of different things up here to make things interesting. Okay, please type your name and certify. Okay. At least 17 an hour. Yes. You were so close. You're so close. You're just... Today, I will say today has been a rough day for job applications. I have essentially ran into 3 separate things that have essentially made it so that I just don't feel like applying for jobs, but I kept pushing forward because we're doing this on stream. But yeah. asking for too much, way too much in a frickin', especially for a call center representative. Like, fuck off. But yeah, like to the sites like that I was hoping were gonna be good, not all that great. And one site was like, "Oh yeah, thanks for signing up. Everything's behind a paywall. Go fuck yourself." Uh, shift. Actually, as I go through some of these job applications, it's like it just makes me go, no, I don't want to deal with some of these things. It's so annoying. Not doing a cover letter. You don't deserve a cover letter. this is gonna be worth shit to me either. Delete that out. I'm really disappointed that brain trust isn't, I guess, just more than what I thought. Yeah. Like, I think that they have an interesting idea here, just there's not enough actually here. Alright, as much as I genuinely... Oh, wait, I do have these all over here, okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Alright, it is what it is. Alright, what are we doing over here? What are we looking at? More cauliflower. More cauliflower and... Alright, it's pretty much just load up on cauliflower, got it. I can work with that. I can work with that. I think there's a way for me to zoom out in here, but I can't remember. Ah, it's the arrow keys. Right. So if I zoom out, then we have all of these out here. But might as well just focus in what we got going on here, right? I think that makes more sense. What's up? Oh, okay. Oh, I need to go grab my phone? Oh, I didn't know you brought. Okay, phone is back in my possession. How much does it cost us to do another biofuel thingy? 700. Put that there. Ooh, 1200 for. We'll get another one going. Oh, okay. I see what's going on there. 3. I don't want another. Oh. Weird. Okay. Alright, at least that'll all get going. Cool. Okay. Alright, yeah, no, that feels about right. Let's see. Well, we can at least get this queued up while we wait. This ad real quick and we'll pause.
Reaction in their.
Alright, so at least have that at the ready. I can turn the sound off for this, but we can at least keep this going once I get everything switched over. definitely not the day that I thought I was gonna have, to say the least. I thought this was gonna be a little bit more straightforward and easy, to say the least. I didn't think I was gonna essentially hit a wall when it came to job applications on the second fucking day. Maybe 2 hours is a bit much at this point. I mean, we'll try like Glassdoor and Indeed tomorrow. See if to see if that can help. Oh, interesting. Huh. Alright, I'll definitely have to keep a look at that. So lettuce gives us, I'm assuming, 3 more coins. I think turnips give an extra coin and replant themselves. I'm not 100% sure what the one thing means. Potatoes take an extra 31 seconds less. Speaking of, what are we working on? Cauliflower, we need like a bunch. So yeah, let's plant more. Get more cauliflower planted. That'll be good. So hopefully now we can get some more biofuel popping off a little bit quicker. Speaking of, I'm thinking about it. Let's go throw a storage unit there just in case. I don't know exactly how that may or may not help, but I'm hoping that'll help with the little bot here. Like be able to grab things. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Alright, I need to figure out what I'm gonna do for lunch. But yeah, everybody give me a few moments. Again, remember, join, fish, all that fun stuff if you wanna be a part of this. But I will be right back. jam bones in. Very nice. Heating up the food now. Hopefully it won't take too much more time in the microwave. Okay, let's bring this back. Let's go to here. Then bring that to there. Oh yeah, that's actually hold on. Let me send that back because I actually want to game capture. Call it the farm. Civic window. Let's see. Alright, and then farm, allow transparency. Okay. Hello? Weird. Alright, over here it's not going to be perfect, but it'll be what it is. Alright, perfect. Good enough. So at least that'll be always up, and then I can actually click into the YouTube video without it disappearing. I don't know why it was being weird with the capture or whatever, but you know, it is what it is. How much are we looking for? We're looking for $6 grand. Can we get up to $6 grand? Sure can. Alright, that puts us a little low on the biofuel, but that should be fine. Alright. I'm thinking while I eat. Turn that down. Oh yeah, we don't need streamception anymore because you guys aren't looking at that. Alright, let's see if we can at least finish this video.
Commentary. So in Let's Plays, you'll see a lot of people because they are the star of the show. If the packaging of the game was full playthrough, no commentary or whatever, then obviously don't put yourself in the thumbnail. All right, what's the difference between Marquez Brownlee and you if you both talk about cell phones? Well, at the moment, Marquez is an authority figure because he's widely recognizable. Whereas if you're a new YouTuber, then maybe not so much. So it would be more beneficial for you to focus on the product itself, maybe a feature or something, and that would give you the edge. You are offering some value that he might not via the thumbnail, and that might give you a little boost. And then eventually you do that so many times that at some point you start putting your face because people start recognizing you. When I first started with vidIQ, I wouldn't put my face in the thumbnails because I was a new guy. People really hadn't connected that I was a part of the crew. And eventually, people started responding to the thumbnails with my face in them better. So that's just how it works. That's how the authority thing goes. Faceless channels. Why? Why would you put yourself in the thumbnail? If you're not in the video, don't put yourself in the thumbnail.
I mean, that just
easy. If the video is a talking head video, I'd recommend putting yourself in there. Like the pro tip I talked about originally, you're immediately matching the expectations set by the thumbnail. But there are some channels where it's kind of in the middle. If your video is about woodworking, it can kind of go either way. If your channel's about gardening, your thumbnail might be more powerful if you're showing some specific plant.
Quick fun fact, the Aprilyn Alter, the creator on that video at the top of your suggested, okay, me and her are Battle.net and Twitter friends. Oh, neat. How did that happen? Well, so how you doing, Papa? How is your Tuesday? How to think about that?
Technique or your raised garden or
Long
whatever.
story.
At some point, people
Fair.
want to start seeing you in the thumbnails because once they see your face, they know to click it because it's called familiarity bias. So, yeah, this question got away from me. Question number 9, is branding important? Should I have my logo in my thumbnail? There are correct ways to brand on YouTube, and there are very
Rough day, but
incorrect
meh.
ways to brand on
You know
YouTube.
what? I feel that.
And so, you are a travel channel, okay? Lindsay's travel channel. Lindsay's travel channel, and then it's a big diamond right here. There's my logo. Then we have Bali here in the background with nice, beautiful waves and an ocean and a sunset or whatever. There's Lindsay's travel channel. And then here is another thumbnail.
Why is the logo
Basically
LTT?
the exact same thing. Maybe a little bit of
Because
words
shouldn't
down
it be
here,
LTC?
like Bali. Which one am I clicking? I'm not clicking Lindsay's travel channel because that is ridiculous. Why? Why do people do this? Where did they get this idea? Maybe from advertising, okay? Advertising, it makes sense. But for YouTube, stop it. Quit it. You know what? I'm breaking out the red marker. No. Bad. Bad, bad, bad. Green marker. Green means good. Attention is too fleeting to take up space with something that nobody cares about but you.
With Monday.com, every business, no matter the industry or size, can simply work better. Monday.com adapts to every team's.
So when it comes to branding, I would say don't throw your logo in your thumbnail. I don't know if I made that clear. Occasionally you will come across a channel that does a little bit of branding, and I thought Corridor Crew always had their logo in their thumbnails, but I was wrong. I went and I looked at their channel. They do it on a couple, but they brand in a different way. And this is the correct way to brand. At the top of their thumbnails, you'll see some yellow text, and it's a very specific look that only they use, really. When you are scrolling through YouTube and you see that big yellow text at the top, you kind of know that that's Corridor Crew. Darknet Diaries, for instance, that's a very specific look. So, here are correct ways to brand on YouTube, okay? Same font, same colors, whatever. Face when recognized, face when you've kind of built an authority there. Same composition. So, for instance, in
I guess my question is, like,
you'll
when do
see
you
the
know
right
you
third
have,
being the
quote-unquote,
person and then the
authority?
left third being the quote. You'll see that for most podcasts, honestly. You'll see it for Colin and Samir. You'll see it for Diary of a CEO. You'll see it for World Class. You'll see it for the Nathan Barry Show. But they all have their separate colors, their separate fonts, and they all have their separate branding. They try not to throw a big ass logo in the way. Your logo is probably in your profile picture. People will see it there. You can even put it in the bottom right of your video. You don't need to like force it everywhere because seriously, people don't care. All right, now we're on to question 10, the one that has been asked the most. And actually, you know what? Right before we get to question 10, let me answer like 5 more questions, just cuz. How much time do I spend on thumbnails? I've spent anywhere from 2 hours to 4 or 5 days on a thumbnail before. Honestly, there's no right amount of time to work on a thumbnail. It's more important to focus on the idea and can I convey this idea well? What is my favorite thumbnail? This one. Is it okay to make simple thumbnails? Can I use solid colors as my background? If I'm not very good at thumbnails, can I still do everything that a thumbnail is supposed to do? Yeah, you can. I had mentioned, like, right at the beginning of this video that there's one technique that always catches my eye when I do the feed test. Let me show you. So, you could have everything on the thirds and blah, 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 and people can clutter up their thumbnails a bit, but if there's, like, one singular element that I'm looking at, like a peanut, apparently, and then the rest of the feed has, like, super busy thumbnails, guess which one's gonna catch my eye? It's the one with the most negative space. And here are a few more examples. Another question, should I go back and change my thumbnails? Is it necessary to change thumbnails that have bad click-through rates? You can. Videos continue to get impressions no matter how old they are. I mean, they might get less impressions as they get older, but they still get impressions. So if your video is not performing the way that you thought it should, if it's not getting clicked, it doesn't hurt to go and change the thumbnail for it. Eventually, it might get another impression, and then somebody clicks it, and then YouTube's like, wait, hold on. Somebody finally clicked that video. I better show it to another person just in case. And then it works like that. So it's okay to go back and change them if you have time. But I tell everybody this, your time is better spent making another piece of content rather than focusing on old pieces of content that really aren't helping you. Question 14 now. Shorts thumbnails, are they important? I don't know, really. I mean, they only show up on the homepage occasionally, but that's only if they are massive shorts and they show up on your actual page on the shorts shelf. I don't know how many people are seeing the shorts thumbnails. Really, if you're a small channel and your shorts aren't doing like amazing millions of views, I don't think they're very important. That's all I'm saying. All right, now finally, question 15 now. What software is best for making thumbnails? I'm gonna give you my top 3, and they're all free, okay?
Good.
So, software number 1, we have Canva. Canva is
mainly
the
what I
most
use.
popular one. It does have a paid tier that offers more AI type tools and stuff like that. I made a tutorial on it. It was pretty intuitive for a beginner, and that's cool and all. I personally use Photoshop, by the way, so that doesn't really, I don't include that in the list. And then GIMP is one that a lot of people love. It is an open source
That's gonna be one thing that we're gonna be
It has a lot of
learning on
advanced tools. It's
stream.
just
Like,
got
I have
a
a
really steep learning curve.
basic-
And if you learn GIMP, then you should probably stick with GIMP. I used to use it
Like,
back
I have a
in high
basic
school.
understanding
I
of
know
GIMP,
it's grown a lot
but
since
it's
then. And then
that's
the
a bit
last is Photopea, which I used to call it Photopea, and then people started yelling at me in the live streams, so thanks guys. But it is
I
basically
need to learn that as well.
Photoshop on the browser. So you just go to photopea.com, I believe, and it's like Photoshop. The only downside is it's a little bit less intuitive, and there's ads on it, which is kind of a pain, but I'm pretty sure you can pay to remove them if I'm not mistaken. All that said, there is one software. Affinity is a paid software that isn't subscription based, right? So you only pay the one-time fee, and it is also pretty advanced. There's a lot you can do with it. So that one isn't free. Let's just break that up. So yeah, these are the options that I usually...
And just out of curiosity, how much is Affinity? Illustrations, graphic design, software at its best. Okay, what's the difference between designer and photo? That's photo editing. Okay, only $70. That's not bad. 100 and almost 165 for universal licenses, but that's for like designer, photo, and publisher. What's publisher? Yeah, I almost feel like they have 3 different programs that essentially all do the same thing for the most part. That might be something interesting to look at, but I'm gonna say nah. Especially
tell
with it
people
being...
when they ask me about software in the live streams. But there is another one coming up the ranks, and it was developed by vidIQ. So if you need an impressive quick thumbnail tailor-made to your video specifically, then check this video out. Check it out! Okay.
Say hello to Sarah Lee Half-Loaf.
We might specifically check that one
Half-Loaf, right
out
fit,
because if it's
real
actually useful.
Software, also pretty that I usually tell people when they made to your video specifically, then check this video out.
Hey creators, it's Rob here at vidIQ with an exciting new tool I want to share with you that we think is a game changer because it's as simple as drag, drop, get a thumbnail. This is a tool for creators who always make the video first and then get stuck trying to figure out a thumbnail afterwards, or for creators who hate making thumbnails or just aren't very good at making thumbnails. But it can also be used for creators who need a flash of thumbnail inspiration before they even start their videos. And you can even customize
this
the
is AI
generated
bullshit,
thumbnails
got
with
it.
stickers, remove backgrounds, or even magically erase objects. Pretty intriguing, right? Just like a thumbnail should be. So let me show you how it works. So what we have here is a video.
All right. Let me put up my dishes, load up on some more water, and then we can figure out if we even want to use this, and then I guess maybe like see if we can get some more, like find some more videos on like thumbnail design. But give me a few moments. I will be right back once I find my face cam. Hey. See, face cam back on. All right, everything seems to be pretty chill over on. Oh wait, you. Okay. Ooh, wait. Ooh, nice. We got the tomatoes, which is like the next big thing that we need to start planting. So let's take care of that. Um. Huh? Oh, okay. I see what's going on. I think I butterfly cage berry bot. Okay, so that's wow. Some of these are really expensive. Okay, okay. Interesting. All right. I think I might start putting like berries and whatnot over here. Keep farming off on the right side. I think I'll hold off on actually doing any of the berries, thinking about it. All right, we'll let that go for now. All right, let's take a look at this
Video on how to get monetized on YouTube. And all we're simply going to do is pick up that video and drag it into the vidIQ thumbnails tool. Now, it is important to note that you are not uploading the entire video to vidIQ and wasting gigabytes of data. But as you can see, the browser now is analyzing the video in preparation for creating a thumbnail. And I am letting this process run in real time so you can see how...
Now, my big question is, especially with it being free, are they scraping the data to train their AI? Because clearly that's what they're using. They're using AI.
Fast vidIQ can generate some thumbnails from your video, and it usually takes around about 30 seconds. So now we have a selection of thumbnails all based on the topic of the video and spelled correctly. There are different themes here.
Chester,
and I happen to like this
Chester, how's it going? How's your
but I
Tuesday?
do want to make a slight change to it.
Ooh, sharpen
And
all
this
the
is
axes
where
for
the
Echo?
prompting comes into
They
edit
do
the
need
thumbnail.
them
Now,
axes,
incredibly,
nice and sharp.
and I will confess, this doesn't happen all of the time.
Worky
The
lurky,
suggested
appreciate you, buddy.
prompt here is exactly what I want, which is to add more YouTube play buttons in the background. So let's click that and see what happens. Now, what this is going to do is generate a new thumbnail, which means that you keep the original just in case you prefer that one. And that has certainly done what I've asked. But let's say I want to put in my own prompt. I'm going to edit this thumbnail now. And what I want to do is add my own text. So first of all, I'm going to prompt that I want the current text to be removed from this thumbnail. Okay, successfully done that and retain the theme and style of a thumbnail. So now I want to draw your attention to the plus button here, which allows you to do some more manual edits, such as adding your own text. So I can write out my own text and put it wherever I want on the thumbnail and choose a style for that text. Different fonts, different colors and backgrounds.
I will say the amount of like fonts and whatnot they have, that's really nice.
Because I think it matches the thumbnail. And then I'm going to add stickers. Now, as of time of recording, we have arrows. Lots and lots of arrows, but we're going to add more stickers in the future. And through this, you can see how versatile the thumbnail editor is. I can flip the image, rotate it, make it smaller, bigger, duplicate it. And we also have different layers operating now as well. And also, if you wanted to add images to the thumbnail, say brand it, then you can do that as well. I'm adding the vidIQ icon here in the bottom left-hand corner. So at this point, we have two fully formed thumbnails, one that we prompted into our desired result and another one where we edited it manually. But that doesn't stop you at any time clicking on the plus button to generate an entirely new thumbnail. Yeah, that looks pretty good as well, doesn't it? Now, as I mentioned earlier, you don't need a ready-made video to generate a thumbnail. You can prompt a thumbnail into existence. And the example I'm going to use here is top 10 Minecraft items ranked. And so we'll just wait for the tool to generate some options, and here we are. Yeah, that one's not bad. I like the composition and especially the wording here. And, oh, a carrot. That's really weird, but at the same time, that's a really intriguing idea for a Minecraft video.
Oh.
I want to workshop this one a little bit. So what I'm doing now is branding the thumbnail a little bit with some vidIQ theming by adding a picture of myself and using everybody's favorite thumbnail tool, remove background. It's one of those clutch thumbnail tools that everybody needs, and it has done a perfect job. And since this is a layer in itself, I can resize it and put it anywhere on the thumbnail and duplicate it. So now we have Minecraft carrots for the win. I think I may have taken this thumbnail a little too far into the bizarre. But that's kind of the beauty of this tool, unlimited instant creativity. It allows you to generate thumbnails fast and change them as if...
Yeah, it's too much AI. Like, the whole idea is that kind of doing it yourself anyways, and if you're doing it yourself, you wouldn't be paying somebody else to do it, but I don't know. It feels weird to use AI in that situation. Let's keep with this and see. It's the next one. I'm sure it's gonna be some generic ass bullshit, but again, if we can at least glean something, if we can glean a little bit of anything out of these videos.
I'm going to share with you 11 thumbnail design hacks some of the top creators on YouTube are using right now to skyrocket their growth on YouTube. When it comes to thumbnails, your CTR or click-through rate matters a lot. CTR is a metric that measures the amount of people who clicked on your thumbnail based on the amount of people it was shown to. For example, if you have a CTR of 7%, that means out of 100 people it was shown to, 7 of them clicked on it. The average CTR on YouTube is between 2 and 10%, and the best creators are getting above the average, and you can too. If you have a low percentage, let's be honest, you have a boring thumbnail and that won't get views. If you have a high one, that's where the magic lies, and that's where you can get more views, make more money, and start to grow your
I think it's probably about
Let's
average.
dive in. First, bright gets it right, dark misses the mark. Bright and contrasting colors on your thumbnails are a great strategy to draw people's attention. Let's compare these two videos. Which one would you want to click on? The one on the left or the one on the right? Using contrasting colors and vibrant colors help draw the viewer's eye to your thumbnail. Remember, your thumbnail gets placed amongst dozens of other thumbnails. Having a great thumbnail that stands out makes your video placed amongst dozens.
So like this right here, literally, like I mean, it might also be because it's the center, but literally everything in here super fucking bright. My eye was drawn instantly to the one that like the one. I mean, again, dead center, but like this one didn't really grab me because plain, but everything else super crazy bright, trying to draw your attention. But this one right here is just like it's different. It's like you notice the difference. So bright makes right. I feel like that's a bit of a pitfall of an idea, especially with like the previous thing we watched was like it's you need it to be something that draws your attention to it, and if everyone's doing the same thing, you want to be different. So I already don't like this original idea. I think it's
thumbnails.
I think
having a great thumbnail that
advice.
stands out makes your video the easy option to click on. HD is key. High quality images are crucial. Having crisp, high resolution images ensure that thumbnails look clean and professional. This thumbnail is clean and crisp, and psychologically what's happening is it's communicating to the audience.
I mean,
that
is it clean
this
and
is
crisp?
a good thumbnail.
It's not. It's
it
literally
looks
just a
great.
picture of
I
a
gotta
dude
watch
and then a
this.
blurred out
The best way to
background.
capture high quality images for your thumbnails is using your phone or a camera to capture the best photo possible, not using a still image from your video. That's lower quality. Close-ups. Using close-up shots of faces showing strong emotions to create a personal and emotional connection is a great strategy for creating thumbnails. I even use TubeBuddy on this channel, on my channel, to see which thumbnails are resonating best with the audience, what emotions I'm using in my thumbnails, whether I show my face or not. That way I can get data to know what to do next. Close-ups like this psychologically communicate to the viewer the emotion in the video. Why is he shocked? Is he happy at what he's looking at? It makes you want to find out what's going on.
Okay, but does it though? Because I think this is another one of those things where it's like when you're talking to bigger creators, especially if they use their own fucking face in any thumbnail, where they do the whole I started a brand new YouTube channel and I got it up to 500,000 subscribers in 5 months. It's like, yeah, because you used a picture of yourself and you're already fucking recognizable, you jackass. It's not because your content is necessarily any like sort of way. It's because you're recognizable.
Another example here is great. This makes me curious as to why he's even sitting in a shopping cart and if he's gonna be okay here, and why are the shelves so empty, and did it get this bad in the video? The
Nobody's
less,
thinking
the
that.
better. That is with the text you use on your thumbnails. Minimal text is always the goal. Using minimal but impactful text to convey the message of the video without cluttering the thumbnail and distracting the audience is exactly
the last time.
what you want to aim for. This thumbnail here uses little words and allows for the text to support the title of the video, along with communicating a message in the photo itself. This thumbnail gets me curious because it's saying if he quit his 9-to-5 and made billions, how did he do it? I need to know. He's clearly flying on a private plane, so it must be true. Having the look.
That's the
This
dumb
one
way-
is
yeah, dumb.
underrated and highly overlooked. That's why I call it having the look. Because if you look at the channel that I just showed you, if you scroll through Noah's thumbnails, they follow a certain style and they all look alike. GQ Sports does this as well. They follow this with their series on 10 things blank can't live without. The background of their thumbnail is the exact
How do I
same
get
design.
the look? Right? Like like that sounds like the way that he's worded that just seems incredibly stupid. Like it's not having the look, it's having consistent recognizable thumbnails that is aligned to you. Like for example, I think a perfect example for this is
Hey Joe, check out this sweet move.
wasn't trying to actually watch your videos, Phil, but Philip DeFranco, this is all like you always will recognize his videos, like the way they're always set up. It's a red black background with the YouTube logos plastered around, him in the middle, the two of the people that he's going to be talking about in the video, and then maybe some text at the bottom, but they all follow the same thing. It's not the look, it's the consistent look. It's like if you want to make a Philip DeFranco thumbnail, you know what you have to do, and it's pretty straightforward. Like to call it the look feels weird and dumb, and it just feels like a bad way to put it.
Every time, and you begin to become familiar with it. Psychologically, this builds familiarity with the audience, and they begin to know what your thumbnails look like, and they can recognize your videos just by the thumbnail alone. I look at these videos and I already know what they're about because I see them so often when I just scroll on YouTube. Having consistent fonts, colors, and logos are key, so your audience can establish a consistent brand and identity with your thumbnails. Before and afters. Before and after.
I will say that's always going to be like a general problem for me in a way, because I just do a variety of things and I'm constantly switching from one thing to another. And unless I like really centralize like how I want to do XYZ thing, like I feel like if you come to my channel and you generally just like look at what I have, let's just go through the videos in general. So because like I usually try to make myself in the video itself. Anything with the Pokemon, I usually try and show off whatever Pokemon that I have in the video itself. I will say I didn't know what to do with any of my Dark Souls 3 stuff, so I went incredibly generic on that. That's just generally on me. Again, with like these chill Ironmons, those were just more so like I had nothing to come up with. I will say I really enjoyed all of my Coromon ones. I felt like those were pretty decent for the most part. Anything retro, it's pretty much going to be like the general logo of the thing itself and then me plastered in there. Like, and I know everyone's like, oh no, you got to make yourself bigger. But it's like, no, it's like, especially like the Mario Golf ones, like I'm a part of the crowd. Like, I feel like that's interesting. Is this a look? But it's just, I don't know. Again, same with Dark Souls. I think 1, 2, and 3. I didn't really come up with too much. Like I wanted to be silly because with like Dark Souls 2 and the first Dark Souls, because I was doing a Demon Hammer only run, so I threw an MC Hammer because haha. I will say for the Pokemon Fool's Gold, I think I did really well with this. Like again, some people would probably say like this might be a little bit too busy, a lot to look at, but I feel like it conveys kind of what's going on. It's fun. But I don't know. Again, I'm not like a graphic designer or anything like that. I'm just going based off of like, okay, what I think would look neat. You know? Now, I think one of the biggest things is like I think I probably generally, you don't think it's too busy? Again, like as like I don't I know Kayla was in here and I think they were more so speaking about like this. Like I can agree. I feel like this is probably a little bit too busy. It's because the background's intriguing, all the different Pokemon are a whole thing. Like I agree with this. This is a bit too much, and I don't know how I could essentially make this work any better. But like I think with like this, like the Pokemon Fool's Gold stuff, I think that all worked out really well. I think I did a great job with the 3D Nuzlocke stuff, especially with the fact that I'm trying to think. I think it was in 3D Nuzlocke that I had my most viewed video. I'm just trying to find it real quick, but like maybe it's like I had myself at like the right size. Like I accidentally kind of did the whole thirds thing. Yeah, the 2.4K. Like that's my most viewed long form video on here. And like I don't feel like there's anything too crazy or special going on here. Like I don't know why this one in particular decided to like bang off, you know? And then other than that, like a lot of these like couple hundred views, then all of a sudden it's like double digits. Most viewed video, double digit, and it's like so, and then it's like randomly like bump up 100, 1,000, 100. It's like I
So I don't know how much like the thumbnail really does, or it's like it's just more so of like how awkwardly the algorithm does things, you know? I think that's like I guess when I'm watching like videos like this, I'm more so looking, I guess, for like random little things that I personally haven't like thought about, like the whole rule of the third thing. I've never heard of that in my life. I've never been like an artist. I was like, or a graphic designer of any kind. Like that's an interesting idea and like a thought process. Be like, okay, this is how I can kind of push through like making a general thumbnail that could be, you know, nice. But like again, it's like you'll hear me say this probably a million times when we're going through all these videos of like people who are like, yeah, this is how you do this, that, and the other thing because this is how successful people are doing it right now. And it's like, yeah, do you know why it works for them? It's because they're already successful. They're just building upon their own success.
Create a massive amount of curiosity for the audience to want to click. Showing a transformation or comparison using before and afters is great.
Before and
this is one of my favorite
are just probably one of the
gravity
like,
transformation.
More of a,
they do a great job
like,
of showing before and after thumbnails by showing a situation on the left side and a different version on the right. And you'll notice they incorporate the branding component in there as well, like we just talked about. Keep in mind, you don't have to just be a fitness channel.
Thank you for coming into my Lord Talk.
Exactly,
Jim, you get
it. A new desk setup, a new room setup, a home renovation, a recipe. The possibilities are endless.
So I know at some point, I think it might be like one of the first things that I like really work on here is just I need to figure out exactly how I want to lay it out. I might, like if I have the brain power, I might start like kind of trying to line it out tonight, but I do want to do a like essentially how I got here on YouTube, how I went from pretty much nothing to, actually I could probably just do it from here. When I went from like nothing to a YouTube partner in like 2 years or something like that. Let's see, because I want to come. All right. Let's switch it to 50 so that way we can go through this a little bit faster. But one thing I need to figure out is how I can see like what my subscribers was on like a certain day. Because that's going to be one of the like big things I want to talk about. Okay. So right here on September 5th, I would say this right here is when I first really decided that I wanted to try and start pushing for YouTube. Might be able to argue October 14th more specifically because that's when I kind of more started like consistently doing things. But yeah, from September 5th to May 5th, so almost 3 years, like probably like 2.5 years if we want to be super specific. But yeah, like I want to show like kind of where like this is where I started, this is where I decided this is what I want to do type of deal. And then from there, like these are the videos that I did where I learned you don't want to over edit. Over editing, like editing these, they took fucking forever. Like so goddamn long. It was not worth it. This video right here made me want to do review videos specifically. Like I was super excited about Mario and Rabbids. I wanted to get like a little review video together and all that. And this is what's really started me trying to do like all the indie reviews and whatnot. God of War unboxing. I just got the collector's edition for God of War Ragnarok and I thought it was really cool, so I wanted to show it off. I'm trying to think. above Snake's prologue, I did a little thing here. It was really nothing. Scarlet Tower was the first game I ever got a key for. And I was like throwing this together, working on that. Pokemon Infinite Fusions is like where like a lot of things started really like kind of picking up, where like this is where I decided, okay, I'm not going to be over editing and things like that. Hardcore Cottagecore, which is out now, by the way, and I think it's like fairly cheap. I think it's like only like $2-3. But this is like the first, like, I think this is the first and technically only game that anyone has reached out to me directly for. I've had like through Keymailer and Lurkit, like people be like, hey, here's a game key we think you might like, but it's not like they physically reached out to me and sent me a message like, hey, would you like to do this? And then you go through and it's like, okay, yeah, so a couple more spatterings of reviews here and there. My review for the demo of Liza P, because I was, again, one of the things I was super excited about when it came to a video game. And then right here is where I figured out I no longer wanted to do like full 3-hour long videos for my Pokemon stuff, and I was going to break it down by essentially hour, which I think for the most part was a smart call. But actually looking, actually no, I was about to say, looking back at it, it might not be actually the best idea, but now thinking about it, anything that was episode 4 and on, I can't necessarily like really talk about, because this being at almost 400 views, can't really count that, because that's when they finally added in being able to link shorts back to long form videos, and this was like at 20 views for the longest time. But I started really like popping off on the YouTube shorts, and that's why this is up at like 400. That's why this one's up at like 122. So like switching from 3 hours to essentially just 1 hour doesn't really count, because I'm currently posting shorts from episode 7, and that's currently at 112 views, and that started down at like 20, in the 20 range. So it'll be especially interesting for like the ones where I finally switch to 1 hour, because in about 3 hours worth of videos, I can get about 300 shorts, like on average, like at least from, Pokemon Infinite Fusions, because it's just a content machine. So theoretically, I'm going to have 200 less views for like each of these, and probably even less, because as you get further in the game, you're not seeing newer and newer fusions to react to. So that'll be interesting, but it's definitely switching to the 1 hour format. Very good. Also switching the titles from just Pokemon Infinite Fusion episode insert number here. I started letting my thumbnail tell the episode number itself, and then I started trying to do more fun and engaging titles, which I think that was a good decision. I think that's one thing that really helped out. But yeah, just going through, just trying to figure out different things is like, I just need to, I guess, get all my thoughts organized, which, that's always fun.
A key tip: if you are making before and after thumbnails, pay attention. I know this may sound obvious. On the left-hand side, that is the before, and on the right, that is the after. I see so many channels mixing this up, and it's confusing to the audience. Massive error. Do not do this. Use graphics.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone do after
graphics
than
are
before.
a unique way to communicate to the audience what is happening without using any words. Take this one for example. I personally am a massive football fan, and I've never seen this video before. When I saw it roll across my feed, I said to myself, did he actually wear a camera? Then I said, wow, that must be the POV shot of him playing on the field. I have to watch this. That's so cool. Finding ways where you can communicate to the audience what is happening without having to tell them and you can show them will win. Take action. Action shots, great strategy to capture people's attention. One of the best thumbnails that does this perfectly is from Dude Perfect when they went to space. It creates a level of intrigue and excitement because you want to see in that moment what happened when they got to that point in the video. Here's the thing, if you are using action shots in your video, you must, I mean must, deliver. This channel is one I watch all the time because I'm a massive aviation fan, and what's happening in the thumbnail is always happening in the video because they use an action shot and a screen grab from the video as their thumbnail. It works for them. Let's be honest, no one wants to be baited into a video from a thumbnail that didn't deliver in the video at all. That is clickbait, and no one will come back to watch your videos. Test, test, test. A and B testing is a great strategy, underrated, but a
Okay, so I'm gonna, like, before we let him keep going, I'm going to say this right now. A and B testing only fucking is worth shit all if you're getting, like, thousands upon thousands of views. I've tried A and B testing on a lot of my, like, Pokemon videos, and some of the videos I've even gotten up to, like, 1,000 views, and they always come back inconclusive. I don't know if you need so much more, or if it's because it's always just a 50-50, like, we don't see any real difference or what, but like A and B testing is one of those things that only works for bigger creators, and from what I could tell, it's one thing that, like, yeah, if you have the time and you have the idea to create multiple thumbnails, sure, go for it, do it. But this right here, it's one of those, like, neat idea only works for bigger creators. Like a lot of stuff like they implement on Twitch, it's like, oh well, that's a neat idea, not really gonna help any of the small creators. Like the whole clip leaderboard. Like literally the clip leaderboard, it's me. If you look in the Twitch chat at the top, the clip leaderboard, it's me. I do all my own clipping. I mean, granted, I haven't clipped anything in like forever, but it also doesn't work because if people do start like actually clipping things, you know what's going to happen? No one's going to see it because I'm a smaller creator. And it's like they don't have a way to be like, it's like, look at all the clips, everybody. Like they tried the whole, here's like featured clip thing. It's like my shit don't go nowhere. I have yet to see any of my clips get any kind of an uptick. Again, great idea. It only helps those who are already, you know, in a good position.
A great strategy for this. Creating different variations for your thumbnails is something to consider. Personally, one of my favorite features with using TubeBuddy is the A/B testing feature. I even used it on a video that I thought the original thumbnail was better, and I ran the test and the variation ended up winning. With A/B testing, specifically with TubeBuddy, a thumbnail will be swapped out every 24 hours, so the same audiences are promoted different variations, and you could see which one the audience liked better. It's great feedback for you to see what the audience likes and what they don't like. Optimize for mobile and TV. When creating a thumbnail, you should take into account how it looks on mobile and on TV. That's because 45% of viewership of YouTube is happening on TV.
I will actually say that that's probably a good thing to definitely keep in mind for sure. I will say, like, I do feel like a lot of, like, whenever I get my like my weekly analytics or whatever, like they do mention that like a lot of views are coming from TV or mobile. So having something that's like can be like eye grabbing on that, really good. Now granted, I will say TV sounds like it's like, as from what I've like watched things on TV, I mean, granted, I'm going to watch something very specific. I'm not like scrolling through YouTube on my TV to like I wonder what I want to find. I'm like, all right, I know what I want to watch on YouTube, and and I specifically want to watch it on my TV. That's it. Like I'm not scrolling like that, so I don't know. But this is actually something good to keep in mind for sure.
Honestly, before I made this video, I didn't even know that. That's wild to me. Meaning, you need to stand out. One of my favorite ways to do this is use Thumbnail Check. Phenomenal website to ensure that your thumbnail and title is up to par with best practices, and that your title doesn't get cut off when people are surfing YouTube. Finally, Do your research. This goes overlooked heavily.
Okay, I will say that whole like or title getting cut off, like I could probably guarantee like a lot of my titles are getting cut off realistically, because I like there's a lot of times where my titles are like almost getting ready to hit that like 100 character limit.
See what's working out there. Search to see what other people in your niche, industry are doing. It's a great way for you to collect data on what's working right now and what people are resonating with. Check the colors, the branding, the style of thumbnail, then check the views on the video. And I can guarantee you, if there's a high view count with a solid thumbnail, it means people are clicking on it to watch and they're interested. That is 11 thumbnail design hacks that top creators are using right now.
Or, you know, it's like they've hit success and that's why they just keep growing. So wait, that was... Wait, did he say... Was it actually 10?
Now on YouTube to grow their channel, get more views, and make more money. If you enjoyed this video, you're gonna love this one right here, where I share with you 5 strategies that you can use in 2024 with your YouTube Shorts. I'll see you there.
Yeah. All right, let's... We're trying to glean something, anything that might help.
What makes a good thumbnail that gets clicked?
Composition is king, baby. When I'm talking to creators, we'll talk about the title, we'll talk about the thumbnail, and then I'll say, okay, now what's your first 5 seconds? I made a thumbnail with Max. It's an image of him with a cow, with a police officer, and then you click the video, and right away, you're confirmed he's literally walking around the streets of London with a cow, with a beer in his hand. And it is an immediate payoff. And that video, I think, has like 5 million, 6 million views or something like that. Making sure those first 5 to 10 seconds have some sort of payoff to the thumbnail.
You gotta just press.
So I will say, I think that's one of the things that from that very first video that we watched, I think that's one of the things that really stuck in my brain is trying to have a thumbnail that's going to show off exactly what you're doing, which I think it means I'm going to end up having to change my editing style, right? Because I normally just start off with my intro, and that's never going to be, you know, what someone's probably looking for. I don't know what's going on there. All right.
Record. David Altizer is on the Think Media channel today, and I'm excited because, dude, you've worked for a lot of different YouTube channels. Now you have this next transition to thumbnail design.
Yeah.
First of all, tell us like what kind of YouTube channels are you working on? And then tell us your thumbnail design process. How are these big YouTubers like, you know, how do they do it? And, you know, break down that process.
Sure. Yeah. So I'm currently working pretty much full time with Curtis Connor.
Folks.
He's a comedian commentary channel, and he and I have really developed a great kind of design language based off of what he was already doing, but I've kind of simplified it down and kind of elevated it, is what I told him. I was like, I've been a fan of your work for years, and you know, he kind of created this like yellow Helvetica font style on top of him like giving a crazy reaction with a bunch of messy stuff behind it. I call it the scrapbook style because it looks like a scrapbook. It looks like somebody took pictures and cut them out and then pasted them on a picture. And so he actually humbly said, yeah, I think I created this style, but now almost every commentary channel does that format. So I want to highlight that. Like, he has the ability to kind of own that style because he literally pioneered it, but we needed to elevate it. And that simply meant simplifying it, cleaning it up. And thankfully with Curtis, I'm given a really, you know, high quality video file of him giving me faces. So usually he'll have the title in mind. He'll maybe even have most of the video shot, and then we'll get on the phone and maybe discuss, you know, the thumbnail. And because he's so intuitive and he's been a YouTuber for so many years, he kind of just knows what it should be. And so he'll tell me like, hey, here's what I'm thinking. And then I'll spitball some ideas. Then he'll give me like, you know, a 10 or 20 second clip of him giving me like 3 or 4 different faces. And you know, he has a nice camera and nice lighting, and so I'm able to just pull that out and stick it on. And then almost everything else though is like generated either with AI.
I think that's something that I need to do, is I need to stop using my front-facing camera to take pictures, and I need to start using my webcam, because that's going to be probably a lot easier for me to do, because I noticed when I was messing around with like possibly like changing this up, this is a low quality image. Like this is not great. Like I can't have it be this big. Like here, like even there you can kind of tell it's kind of low quality, but it's not like the end of the world low quality type of deal. But I need something better. Like, and then here, like if I were to like make this any bigger, you start to see how just blech it is, you know? I will say I still really like this journal. Again, very straightforward, really easy. I think it conveys like, okay, we're going to be playing Mario Party on this board. It's like, I am Luigi. Like, I feel like this makes sense. Like maybe I get like the 3 other characters that I would play with in the episode down here, and like put like hard over top of them, but that might make it a little bit too much. But that's an idea. I wanna like keep that in my mind. Open that up. All right. I will try and remember that. Maybe we'll mess around with that here in a little bit.
Or from the assets that he's referring to. One of the things that has been really helpful with my career is AI upscaling. So I work with Cody Ko as well, and Curtis Connor. Both those guys do reaction content, and often the things they're reacting to are TikToks or like really low quality images. And so in the past, their thumbnails would almost look a little kind of low quality, because like they're just reacting to this really, you know, blurry object. Maybe they even scale up to it or whatever, like scale into it. But there's some tools like Topaz, and another tool that I use called Magnific AI, which is extremely expensive. I don't necessarily want to recommend this to everybody, but it's something that it's $40 a month. It's extremely pricey, but
okay.
It is. But because I'm doing this full time, I'm making, you know, 2 to 4 thumbnails a day, and I use it every day. It's become, you know, part of my budget and part of my workflow. They also have a
plus
free
you could
trial,
write that off
so
on
if
your
you want to try it
taxes.
out, you could try it out. But what it does is it uses some of the same technology that you see in Midjourney, but it takes like an image that you import into it, and it creates AI on top of, like, from a pixel for pixel basis. It replicates what it's seeing underneath.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can.
The AI, if that makes sense. So like when I input it, it's going to output a really sharp, crisp representation of what I inputted using AI. So like if it's somebody that, if I have a photo of a person that's not recognizable, it's not a famous person, I can just put it in there and it'll spit out a sharper, cleaner image essentially. So I use that all the time now. So that's kind of been my like little secret sauce. But I work with Max.
Give us all the secret sauce. What other AI tools, or you know, give us all of it. This is awesome. I'm loving it.
The thing that I love to use for mock-ups right now is actually ChatGPT 4 with DALL-E. So DALL-E is their like version of Midjourney, which is an
It's like, I'm a professional thumbnail maker. I use AI and ChatGPT to do things for me. Like, yeah, it's like I'm sure he's like actually very skilled to actually do like XYZ thing, but come on, dude. Also, I think that's a new penny. So everybody give me a few moments. I'm gonna throw it on a break. But enjoy some more clips. I'll be back.
I just need an MMO a little more faster paced than WoW. That's fair. I've never actually played WoW myself, so I can't like speak on it. Whew, okay. Whew, okay. Alright, we kept it under single digits.
Alright. Alright. Step 1 to Lord's Zumba class. Order Taco Bell. Step 2. You eat
that's shitty.
all the Taco Bell. Step 3. And step 4. Profit.
I'm pretty sure step 3 is sit on the toilet and wonder why you ate all that Taco Bell.
Exactly. That leads to step 4. Profit.
I don't awesome for Taco Bell, baby.
Yeah, but you get all the stuff out of your body, you lose weight. Zumba class complete.
Do you even know what Zumba is?
Yeah, you Zumba through all that Taco Bell. Taco Bell, sponsor me. I'm like your biggest fan.
I heard a zipline. They're probably coming up.
Yep. Other one's up.
Got him.
Good job, dude.
They should have known.
Get butted.
Oh, owie. Okay, I forgot that you send out like a little wind scythe. Okay, that's not bad. And oh, that's dumb. Oh, that's so dumb. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with going in with only 6 heals. I'm fine with only going in with 2 cats. This is fine. This is fine. I should be fine.
Yeah. That's the hard part, is not wanting to get greedy when you're close.
And this is it, bitch!
He did it!
If there was a teabag emote, I would be teabagging so hard.
I can't imagine that would get approved.
A teabag emote?
Yeah.
No. Well, either way, that's going on TikTok. Because fuck that bitch.
Hell yeah!
Oh no, the lose day. I better
Alright, Penny's outside. I'll probably have to get up and go get her here at some point sooner or later, but
AI art creation tool. And it's not as advanced as Midjourney. It's not even as advanced as some of the other.
Right,
this one specifically is with Hayden Hillier.
I'm just gonna skip over the AI because I don't care if it like hinders me in any way, shape, or form. I don't want to use AI. I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to associate myself with people who specifically like. Well, not that I don't want to associate. Like I don't want to like have someone work for me and use AI. Like if you yourself in like your free time you use AI, I'm probably gonna like look at you in a certain way at sometimes. But like one of the YouTube, not YouTube partners, but the Twitch partners that I watch, he specifically like I know he has like commissioned people in the past like do things for him, but it's like he's like, okay, if I want something quick, simple, and I would never like actually pay somebody to do this for me type of deal, I'll just use AI. I'm like, okay, that generally makes sense. I guess I can get behind that, but in another like kind of way of it, it's like, well, it's like well, if you're not willing to pay somebody for it and you don't really want to do it yourself, like why it's like why even do it type of deal. But I get the logic behind it.
Smith. He was doing a video where he was talking about a film that he made, and he wanted to have kind of like the before and after. He wanted to have leading lines going into the center of the frame, and we had a bunch of mock-ups, and we landed on this one as our format. And I was able to take that mock-up and basically just plug in the actual assets into that. And I didn't really even use any of the AI stuff, but it was such a wonderful way to collaborate with AI to spit out something that we wouldn't have even thought of and just have kind of that collaboration. You might hear all the time with Mr. Beast and Ryan Trahan and many others talking about how you need to have YouTuber friends, you need to have people to work with. And I don't think this replaces that. But if you are just getting started, using this is a great way to collaborate with something. It is just a robot, but it's so amazing how great this is, and just seeing something, at least for me, I'm such a visual learner. When I see something, I'm like, oh, that makes me think of this.
Again,
I do want to talk about what makes a good thumbnail.
Get rid of AI. I don't want AI.
And, you know, and even people too, they might hear this and they assume in order to make good thumbnails, they need AI tools and they need Photoshop, and you really don't.
No, you
like,
don't.
Well,
Yeah,
a great example is I saw on your just like personal channel, it has like 500,000 views, and it's the 4K. Forget SSDs. iPhone 15 Pro records SD cards, and the thumbnail is so simple, and there's just a little bit of text and.
Did you click the video? Watch the intro. Did you see the intro?
Yeah, so that's what I was going to mention too. Is that's a great example, and I'm curious if you did this on purpose, and if you see other, because I noticed Ryan will do this sometimes and other YouTubers, but.
What do Elma, Jimmy, and Marcus have in common? They
I don't
all
care.
grew their businesses with Fiverr freelancers. Whether it's for building.
When you click on that video, there's a direct payoff because it's actually it looks like a screenshot of the opening frame.
Yeah.
So tell me, is that a strategy that you use and
100%.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so once again, it's the whole like you want to click into the video and you get that instant gratification of this is what you're looking at. Okay.
In fact, I'd say the greatest success in that conversation with my work is with Max. I think the title is "I Broke Laws in Front of the Police." It's an image of him with a cow, with a police officer, and then you click the video.
Are we talking
right
about this
away,
again?
You're confirmed. He's literally walking around the streets of London with a cow, with a beer in his hand, and it is an immediate payoff. And that video, I think, has like 5 million, 6 million views or something like that. I also tried it with Curtis. Curtis is he has a very dedicated, very strong following, loyal fan base. So he could sort of like rant for 2 minutes at the beginning and people will still watch it. He'll still get 2 million views, even if he took 3 minutes to get to the point.
And that's, again, another one of those things. Like, after you hit a certain point of like success, like, you don't really need to like follow the general like, oh yeah, this is what you need to do. This is what you need to make sure not to do. Blah, 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 blah. Like, you can just like, okay, it's like, I know I have a general following, and there's like I have like 1 million subscribers, and 100,000 of those subscribers will guarantee watch my video. So it's like, that's like an instant like, okay, it was like, we're gonna push out to at least another 100,000 more because of just the weight of everything. Ooh,
but
Chester going
I have
fishing.
been encouraging him to have intros.
I gotta add
that
more
match
fun
the thumbnail,
fish
or maybe
to
like
the
a teaser at the beginning.
pun. So
He's been
anybody
seeing
has
success
any
with that
ideas
as well.
for
yes,
what to
this
add
is
for the fish, definitely do
100%
so.
a strategy. And
I already
plan
plan on adding a whole bunch of
when I'm
Pokemon.
talking to creators.
Hell yeah, I got a nice
we'll
branch.
Talk about the title, we'll talk about the thumbnail, and then I'll say, okay, now what's your first 5 seconds? And like literally that is part of the discussion when we're talking about thumbnails. It's like making sure those first 5 to 10 seconds have some sort of payoff to the thumbnail, because we do live unfortunately in a day and age on YouTube where people will maybe put something that would be considered clickbait on the thumbnail, and you click it and it's completely different. You know, it's not what the thumbnail is. They were just trying to get you to click on it. And so I think simply telling the truth goes a long way with all things, you know, in life. But in particular with videos, if you are really, you can kind of enhance the thumbnail, make it cleaner, make it pop, make it look better to like get somebody's attention, but it still needs to have a baseline truth telling aspect to it that you are paying off as quickly as possible, especially if you're a new creator. I think a lot of bigger creators that you may watch, you could maybe have an argument with me on. It's like, well, they don't do it. It's like, well, yeah, they have 6 million subscribers and they're averaging 1 million views per video. If you remember, if any of you were Casey Neistat fans during the vlog era, did you care what title or thumbnail was on that video? No, you just clicked it and watched it because you became a fan of Casey Neistat's daily vlogs, and anytime he would post, you would watch it. The thumbnail and title was almost irrelevant, you know, for the most part. So I think those are 2 different models. And Curtis,
I will say I do have to appreciate like somebody, like this is the first time that I have ever heard like out of any of the videos that I've watched where it's like, oh, here's these kind of like tips and tricks that you want to do, blah, 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 blah. Like this is the first time anybody has ever been like, it's like, well, it's like you can't necessarily always do XYZ thing because they are already famous. They are already have a following. Like somebody at least finally said it.
Definitely has that a little bit too. But anyways, the intro and the thumbnail need to kind of match, in my opinion. I think that's kind of a secret trick that you can do. And I've done it with my own videos. Like you said, that was just a video. It took me 2 hours to make it, but I had that intention of like shooting the thumbnail, and I actually edit the thumbnail before I edit my video. So when I'm doing my own videos, I'll actually get my thumbnail finished before I even start my actual video edit, and then that kind of can almost dictate the video in a way, at least the intro.
Yeah, that's really good. What are other tips you have on what makes a good thumbnail that gets clicked?
Composition is king, baby. So composition is king for all things when it comes to cinematography, when it comes to photography, when it comes to fine art. And the same is true with thumbnails. Any form of art, composition is king. You may have heard that in other niches.
Can you explain what composition is?
Yeah.
That's a good question, because I'm sitting here like as somebody who is not a like graphic designer, artist, photographer. What does composition even mean?
Yes. The easiest way to look at it, and again, I would recommend everybody go outside of the YouTube box or the YouTube bubble that we live in and study art, study fine art, study why certain paintings are actually good, study why certain films and filmmakers are great at storytelling. And I think that's such a great way to have a rich kind of understanding and baseline of like what actually looks good. And that's how you develop your taste. And that's how you were asking earlier, like you don't want to just copy other YouTubers. If you have all these input sources from other genres of filmmaking, photography, and fine art, those things are going to come into play when you make your thumbnails, so that your thumbnails actually look completely unique technically, but you're actually pulling from all these other sources. Anyways, the way that I get started, and you can download my asset for free, plug on learnthumbnails.com, and it's a free asset. I have a rule of thirds that is 16 by 9. It basically looks like a tic-tac-toe grid. The image just is more interesting and more appealing and has better balance when you line your subjects up within those either cross points or little points within those boxes. And so you almost want to treat each box in that tic-tac-toe grid as its own image in of itself. And having an understanding of image balance is really important too. So for example, if I had a bunch of the weight of the image, I'm saying that in air quotes, but if I had like the subject on the right hand side of the image and I had like a car on the right,
basically where everything is placed on the piece and the layout not to be cluttered. Gotcha. All right, so that's okay. So I guess like for an example, like, because I know I kind of did something here where it's like, okay, kind of having it more in thirds, like, okay, there's that, like maybe I can like increase, like, actually I don't know if I want to necessarily increase, because like I feel like it makes sense, because this will at least be in like the top like corner. I like this here. Maybe I can put like the hold on, copy, and then we like paste here, but we like reduce that, and then hold on, we take like, oh wait, okay, send me back at least over there so I can grab these. No. God damn it. Damn, you can't even work with me. Okay, what the fuck? Stop that. Maybe do something like that. Then maybe we reduce the size a little bit. Nope. Okay. Nope. Did not know you could do that on Canva. So like maybe something like that. maybe that's a little bit better composition. And then obviously I would then have copy that for the I feel like that's pretty good, all things considered. Again, I can understand like how the background could be a little bit too much, but like I think at least with where I'm set at right now, I think like I need to keep the skate park. I like the fact that there's this Charizard in the background that's literally like spray painted on to the bull itself. Like that's just fun. Me reacting to like I think I think this might be a better way of doing things because like obviously just having like a plain background, I'm not. It's like I'm not crazy about this. Like maybe like if I could get a nice like screenshot of something instead of just like it being a plain background to make it feel at least a little bit more Pokemon, that could be interesting. But I think I might switch up my thumbnail layout to at least like something more like this. I don't think it'll make a big difference, but I think this works for specifically what I have going on right now for Radical Red. Just, getting it changed up just enough to like maybe maybe go a little bit bigger so I can kind of hide my love handles. But okay, I think that's an idea. Like I have some more ideas. Like I will say with this, I have a couple ideas specifically for like when I do like any of like the Melania fight stuff. I just need to get a good picture of Melania, like I guess jumping to get ready to go into waterfall, and then like a good picture of my character to do something. But all right, Penny's barking to come back in. I will be right back. I'm just gonna go ahead and pop off the camera real quick because it should only take like a couple seconds. Yeah, Penny. You're being summoned. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay, face cam back on. All right, real quick. What do we got going on over here? Ooh, look at all the little bees. Oh, you guys can't see the bees. Well, I mean, I guess you can kind of see the bees flying back up to the thing. Oh, wait. Wait, why is that there? Is that something that I bought? Oh, wait. I thought that was a butterfly cage. Hello? That. Oh, okay, interesting. All right, 2K. All right, put down a butterfly cage. Oh, and then we need more berry. Oh, interesting. And then that even builds. Oh my god, this thing is so cool. All right, we got peas for days, and we need a bunch of onions actually. So let's load up on the onion real quick. Any more spots for onion? Okay. Probably a little bit overkill on the onion. I get that, but we're making it work. Okay.
But then there was just a big sky on the left and it was just empty. The image would feel lopsided. It would feel like all the weight of the image is on the right. And so you want to balance that out almost as if all the objects in your frame are on a scale. You balance that out by maybe putting a big piece of text on the left that they can then be a size that sort of matches what's on the right hand side, and that starts to balance the frame.
So I guess like right here, like this would feel especially weighted in that I guess in that sense. Like, so then could I? All right, we're going to cut that. So then maybe I like maybe put them over here. Then I paste that back in. All right, cut that again. Put that in the middle. Does that feel more balanced at all? I don't know. I might be overthinking things now. I might be overthinking things.
Or you move your subject into the middle, you move all the objects on the right, and then you have text on the top left or something like that. The asset pack that I'm giving away for free too also includes the time code in the right scaling and the rounded edges that YouTube has as well. So if you haven't noticed right now, YouTube rounds all the corners of your thumbnail on the home screen and on the subscribe feed, and it's different on mobile and it's different on desktop. The roundedness is actually more round on a mobile device and it's less round on a desktop. The time code is also larger on a phone and the time code is smaller on desktop. What I mean by that is on the bottom right hand side of the thumbnail, you'll see the length of the video. That
is one thing that I did not think about is the greatest little time code at the bottom
is always taking.
But I guess like in a way, like I don't think like that being covered up by like a time code really matters, because I can't imagine too many people are worried about what specific episode it is, right? Because I do a lot of like episodic type of deal, right? That being said, also with the whole weighted thing, I think that this really makes this right here, this idea work. Me and Luigi are same size, both sides. Got the name of the thing in the middle. Mario Party up top, just to make sure everybody knows it's specifically Mario Party, just in case, again, you have never seen OG Mario Party. You don't know Mario's Rainbow Castle. And again, down here, generally empty. Could probably honestly fit the hard CPUs down here. So that, I think that might be a good idea. It might be harder to do in like something like here in like the ones where like there's, it's like it's already pretty well filled up. So it's like maybe I just like, okay, so Mario Castle, Magma Mountain, Luigi's Engine Room, that's too full. Yoshi Tropical Island, too full. The too full. Okay, so either I do these two differently or I leave the space open. I mean, I guess I could fill up the space, see if it does make a difference. Maybe I A/B test these. Again, even though A/B testing does nothing.
Taken into account when I'm making my thumbnails. You never want to have text or anything important on that bottom right side. So you can basically put text or things top left, top right, bottom left, but never touch the bottom right. And I almost treat that time code as part of my composition. So if that big, chunky 10-minute and 16-second
PX,
time
how's it
code
going?
is on the bottom
How
right,
was
I kind of want to balance
you were
that
doing
somehow
more
by putting
Tarkov
something on the left-hand side.
I think you were doing
of
more
that
Tarkov
row of
today. I
thirds
know I saw
to then balance
saw
that
you up.
time
It's just
code.
I'm
because
blanking
again,
because
people
today's been
are not viewing the
today's been a day
thumbnail
already
as just an image, especially on a
27-inch
monitor, which is what I have at my desk.
It's
here.
nice to see
They're
you
viewing
and
it mostly on a
know that
phone
you're not
and
immediately getting ready to go to
certainly
bed.
now on TVs as well, which has been really exciting as well. Because of the TV model, if your creator or if you're a creator who has a lot of TV viewership,
Doing great, just had a 5-hour
have a
stream.
little bit more detail.
Hell yeah,
going
dude.
on
Hell
in the
yeah.
image, and I've seen that work really well.
Wait, do I not
Mark
have you have
Rober,
an
for
okay,
example,
I gotta
has
fix
had
that.
some successful
But let me
thumbnails.
just-
I mean, he's very successful in general, but he's had some that.
All right,
were
everybody
very
here, if you're not
highly
already
detailed,
following
but
my
still
boy PX,
very simple in idea. So I think
definitely go
that's
follow
where
him. Great
the
dude, fun
confusion
times,
can be. You can
really
have
great
detail,
at
like if
shooters.
it's a
So
big
if you want to
explosion with,
like
fire
see someone
and
be
stuff,
especially
but
good
it's
at
still
like
just an explosion.
Tarkov,
There's
Rainbow
not
Six,
wires, there's
go
not
go
different
check this
colors
man out.
mixing and matching.
Plus, if you
There
want to
is
learn some
details
German,
within that. So if
he's
you're
your
a
guy.
TV viewer, you can do that, and we're able to get away with
It's like
that.
one
with
of these
the
days,
editing
maybe I'll
podcast, for
pick up a
example,
little
which
bit of
has a
something
large
from him.
TV viewership audience. So, anyways, composition, we could go on a tangent with that for a long time. I personally really like having the subject on the left-hand side of
It's
the
good to
image
see you, man.
because of that
Always
time
good to
code,
see you.
But I also do a lot where the subject is just dead center with leading lines going into the middle. But again, do some research outside of YouTube and study composition. Some of the best painters and some of the best artists in the world have some of the best compositions that you can learn from, and I would highly encourage you to go outside of YouTube to learn that, to be honest.
It's funny because I've heard
I will
people say
say
the opposite of they enjoy putting.
I will say like the whole like studying art, like that sounds cool. That sounds like an interesting idea, but like just like hearing those words, like I don't even know like where I'd even begin to like to do that, right? Just looking real quick. I think there's seats there. I think that's what's going on there. Yeah, because I think the like radishes or whatever just reseed. One of these reseeds. I don't know. Either way. Don't mind me just getting distracted.
Putting the face on the right hand side, like you see in the Mr. Beast Reacts videos, because the time code just kind of covers like maybe,
Oh,
like,
Mojo.
the neck or the
Sure,
shirt or
or
something.
something. Yeah.
Ooh,
No, that works
gonna
too.
help
Yeah, that
find
totally
it.
works.
Help
I've done
ASOC
that
find some
with
more time to play
Curtis.
more Chrono
Just
Trigger. Very
depends,
nice.
but-
Yeah,
Very
there's
nice.
never one answer.
But how you
that
doing, Mojo?
fits
How
right
is
for
your
every single
Tuesday?
thumbnail,
How you
right?
been?
Depending on your audience, you know, we read left
Also,
to
for
right.
anybody
So in
just
America
joining us,
and the English-speaking,
do command join to
in
join
most
the farm that's at the
countries,
bottom
we
of
read
the
left to
screen.
right.
Help
It just
every
depends on, like,
help
what you want
out
them
all
to
the
see
little
first.
robots down
So
there.
in the
If you don't
Beast
like your color,
Reacts,
command insert
you can
whatever
sort of,
color you want to
on
try.
your peripheral
Stick with
see
like
that
basic
it's
colors.
Beast,
I don't
so
think
you know
it was like
exactly
we
what
already
it
you
is.
can't do
It's the same face
chartreuse.
every
I can tell you
time,
that
too,
right
so,
now.
like, there's nothing
And then
there.
if you want to
But
do some fishing,
for
command
Curtis,
fish. Every 30 seconds you can fish.
His audience is so dedicated to Curtis that like I kind of want people to just see Curtis's face first, because as soon as they see it, they'll probably just click on it. But if he's reacting to something wacky and crazy that is like going to get a click, then maybe I'll put that off to the left, you know? So that's how I'm thinking about it, is like, what do you want them to see first? Because we read left to right, they may actually see that left hand rule of third first. So if it's the game that you want the focus to be on, then put that on the left. If it's the creator,
That's another thing that I like, something that I would have never thought of, is like kind of building things left to right, because that's how we read is left to right. That's again what, like something like so simple that like some people like who like do this regularly probably think about a lot, but someone who's like not really doing things like that, like that's such a okay.
and put them on the left. You know, with Cody Ko, he's always on the left for the most part.
What do you think about text on a thumbnail? When should people use text or arrows or certain circles, elements like that? And when should they not use text on a thumbnail?
So I think you and I would be in agreement on keeping things as simple and minimal as possible. So Jerry Seinfeld has this famous quote where he says that when he's writing a joke,
Also, just throwing it out there, Jerry Seinfeld, awful human being.
he takes one word out at a time until the joke doesn't make any sense anymore, and then he puts that last word back in. So I think that should be the same philosophy when you're creating a thumbnail, and especially with text. How many words can you remove before it doesn't make sense anymore? So like, even if you can just have one word, that would be great. You know, why is a good one with a question mark, or how, or you know, those are good because they can
Just to build off of this, I will say one thing that I have personally noticed is when it comes to titles, especially for like YouTube shorts, anything that like I usually put like some kind of question sense to it. I start with like why, how, what, like who, and like things like that. like if I start you start off like with one any of those like kind of like keywords, and you like make the title like a question, I usually tend to see a lot more views just by asking a question.
Play off of whatever title you have to create some sort of open loop that makes people want to click. So I would just keep it simple, you know, find a font that you really like that is clean and bold, but maybe even something that not many creators are using, so that you can start to kind of own that font in a way. You know, Trahan has kind of owned that like very simple Helvetica font style, and many others are using it. I would have just encouraged other creators to, yeah, you can be inspired by Trahan, but
Okay, we need to find a Lord font. Is there any fonts out there that are like called Lord? I want to find a Lord font.
maybe find a different font that looks a little different. That way you can start to kind of use that as part of your branding. But I would keep it to like a minimum of, you know, or a maximum of like 3 to 4 words if you can. Again, Curtis has done more words because sometimes he'll have like a whole sentence there. I don't know how effective that is, to be completely honest. It's just what he does. I usually do the whole edit for Curtis, and then he'll actually do the text himself, because we found we were going back and forth a lot where he'd be like, put this, no, put this, move it over to the left. I was like, how about this? I'll just give you the clean image, you do the you do the text. So that's our working relationship. So you can get away with more, it just depends on the context, but I'd say good rule of thumb is keep it like under 4 words. And as far as arrows and circles, I don't use those as much as I used to. I think that might be, again, it depends on the niche. I think for you with your basketball stuff, like the arrows and circles make a lot of sense, because you could almost not even have any text. It's just pointing to something or circling something. So
yeah,
it just depends on the niche really, but I don't use a lot of arrows and circles.
One thing too, I think most people get wrong in the beginning is they just put the title for text in their thumbnail. And what you need to realize is, I like to think of my title and my thumbnail as like a union or like a combo punch, a combo attack. And so usually most people look at the thumbnail first, it catches their eye, and then they read the title, which gives more context to what they're looking at. And so that's how I kind of like to approach things. And I'm curious your thoughts too, because we'll see, you know, people in our community a lot of times are just putting the same exact title in text. And if you actually add something that is completely different and can spark curiosity, make them look at the image, and then when they read the title, now they have maybe the context of what they're clicking. But how do you, is there any, you know, tips like that on how you approach?
Okay, now that he says that, what have I been so let's take a look at this real quick. Give me a second.
Yeah. That's the hard part, is not wanting to get greedy when you're close.
And this is it, bitch!
He did it!
If there was a teabag emote, I would be teabagging so hard.
I can't imagine that would get approved.
A teabag emote?
Yeah.
No. Well, either way, that's going on TikTok. Because fuck that bitch.
Hell yeah!
Oh no, the moon thing. I better fight it. Oh wait, I didn't do the things. It's just gonna eat my face.
That's funny.
Alright, yeah, so that only took about 15, 20 minutes. Because I spent the first like 10 minutes dicking around letting people come in.
But now you're gonna die.
Yeah.
Thing's creepy though looking.
Oh yeah. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of glad that I don't have to fight that thing. That I feel like that thing would be absolute bullshit to try and have to fight.
Oh my god, I fucking got him while he was driving. Let's fucking go. Oh my god. That was so good.
In the face! Hit him in the face!
Excuse me? Can
Can I hit this man, please?
Look out! Don't get too close to him.
Hello, game? Okay.
Alert to arms!
Pretty sure you shouldn't be allowed to alert to arms when I'm beating your head in, but you know, whatever. It's not my game to design. The fact that these things are not, oh my god, what is this nonsense? Okay, we're back. By the way, if you're interested, we are streaming either Rainbow Six or Minecraft tomorrow. There'll be a post on Twitter about this. Interesting. I will I can tell you right now that I will not feel comfortable to probably play with y'all, because I'm nowhere near that good, but I'll definitely be keeping an eye out. I'll pull a tab up for you for sure. Plus, I don't know if I technically own Minecraft or not anymore. I can't remember if I ever actually bought it or if I was just playing through Game Pass. All right, so I feel like in this scenario, I have Pokemon Radical Red up in the in the thumbnail itself, but I feel like I need that in the title too. Maybe I should start with the actual title itself and then go into the Radical Red Nose. Yeah, that might be a good idea. Switch up the process of things, because again, it's Elden Ring, Madness of Smurfette, the madness. Yeah, it's maybe I need to switch up the way my titles are. Again, it's one of those things where it's I know I've found success with my titling and things like that when I've already had it this way before. It's just maybe I do that and it gives me that slight little bit of an extra edge.
Just that combination.
Yeah, I would actually add to that and say that the first 5 to 10 seconds is also part of that same union, because if you're successful in having a good title and thumbnail and they're looking at it on their phone for a second, it's going to start auto playing as well. And so you've even noticed, if you look at even the most recent Mr. Beast videos, he's removed all of the kind of big bold text at the beginning where it's captioning, because the auto captioning kicks in on the autoplay, and if you have a bunch of text going on the video with the closed captioning as well, it kind of is disorienting. So I've even noticed he'll actually turn off the captioning when he does go to the bold text on the frame, and then it'll kick back in when he stops using that. So you can actually finagle that and kind of tweak it if you do have text on embedded in the video itself. That being said, that's Beast and that style, but I would keep all three of those things in mind as part of your strategy.
I will say this
absolutely,
this video has at least been
the
a bit more
in the thumbnail
informative.
Just, if this is the first time you're hearing that, from this point forward, don't ever do that. Just don't. Okay. So and just use your imagination on what I can add to this, whether it's a question that you can ask that can play off of that title, whether it's how many days you tried it, or I don't know. It's just when you're coming up with your titles and thumbnails, think about both of them together. And when I'm writing out my ideas in Apple Notes, I'll type the title out, and then in parentheses I'll put whatever 2 or 3 word text that I'm going to put there in a parentheses on the thumbnail. So it's you really want to think of both. And to be honest, I think it takes a lot of courage and a lot of boldness to not put text, and I would encourage you to maybe even consider trying that, because one of the things that can really make you stand out is by simply doing what everybody else isn't doing. And I've seen success on a couple of thumbnails that I've done where it was very focused, very simple. The one I'm thinking of right now is I did a thumbnail for Frame Voyager where it was Cillian Murphy, and he was just in the middle. I had some Inception stuff going on behind him, and I had some cool atomic bomb stuff from Oppenheimer behind him, but it was really focused, really simple, and you could have put text there asking a question, but it really would have thrown off the kind of artistic integrity of it, And because his channel is a video essay channel, it works really well for that. So I would encourage you to almost like, don't use text if you don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
So good. This was a master class on YouTube thumbnails. You gave us all the secrets. Thanks for coming on, David. Where can people find you? And
I don't care about any of that. All right, I know Papa said that he's actually like generally like connected in 2 different ways to April in here.
Here's
so
how
let's
to
see what
make
she
a
got.
killer YouTube thumbnail to blow up your channel. Because a single thumbnail could be the difference between getting your big break on YouTube and going completely unnoticed. As Mr. Beast is fond of saying,
if people don't click, they don't watch.
But how exactly do you get someone to click? What do the top YouTubers know that we don't? To find out, I spent the last 36 days poring over interviews, listening to talks, and analyzing the best performing thumbnails from the top creators in the world. 73 pages.
Again, the whole like focusing on the top creators seems like a bad idea, because again, they're innately always going to have good views.
Pages of notes later, I discovered that the best YouTube thumbnails follow a 4-part formula. This video will walk you through them all. The first part is the one that's by far the most important, and yet also the most overlooked. If you're watching this video, I don't have to tell you that thumbnails are important. There's a reason why you clicked on this video in the first place. But where most of us go wrong is in the time we dedicate to our thumbnails. You see, the top YouTubers know that YouTube is a game of clicks and watches. The success of a video is determined in part by the effectiveness of the packaging, which drives clicks, and in part by the video itself, which drives watch time. The problem is, most of us spend our time like this. We'll spend countless hours agonizing over scripts, capturing the best shots, and editing our videos to perfection, only to come up with a thumbnail an hour before the video goes live. If that sounds like you, don't worry, you're not alone. It's something I've been working on improving myself. But why would you spend 10% of your time on something that determines 50% of the result? That's why part 1 of making a killer YouTube thumbnail to blow up your channel is killer time allocation. The best YouTubers in the world view thumbnails as a priority, not as an afterthought. And while most of us don't even start thinking about thumbnails until right before hitting publish, top YouTubers take the time to finalize their thumbnails first, before they even start working on the video itself. So don't be afraid to spend days or even weeks perfecting your thumbnail. It's worth taking the time to get it right. Once you're prepared to give your thumbnail the time it deserves, you're ready to move on to part 2 of the formula to make a killer YouTube thumbnail to blow up your channel. Killer psychology. When most of us go into thumbnail,
like, I know the whole thing is like how to make a killer thumbnail. I feel like she's saying killer too much. I feel like she's just saying killer too much. Like I don't know. I feel like it's like just too much.
Our process might look a little something like this. We'll think, oh yeah, I need a thumbnail. I should probably be in it, and there should be some images or icons related to my video topic, and I should throw some text in there too to really emphasize the point. With that as the default, we'll spend the majority of our time finalizing the colors, positioning, and text. Our process couldn't be more wrong if we tried. Because while we're spending most of our time on thumbnail design, the most successful YouTubers spend the majority of their time nailing the psychology behind the click.
Or, you know, they're already famous and they're paying someone else to fucking do it for them.
And recently, world-renowned YouTube consultant Patty Galloway confirmed the exact same thing.
A thumbnail to me is at least 80, maybe 90% the psychology of the click, and then maybe 10, 20% the actual design of the thumbnail.
Because ultimately, no matter the formatting or color scheme of a thumbnail, the decision to click is driven by a single psychological mechanism: curiosity. And that curiosity is strongest when we experience what's known as a curiosity gap. This is the gap between what we currently know and what we want to know, and is one of the most basic drivers of human behavior. Because as humans, our brains are wired to crave closure. So when we're introduced to an unfinished story or a question without an answer, it's like having an itch that we very much want to scratch. Our brains go, wow, I could really use some closure right now. It pushes us to seek out answers by clicking on the video. To see this in action, let's take a look at this thumbnail from Kelly Wakasa. Design-wise, this thumbnail is relatively simple. There are no crazy halos of light or detailed illustrations. Yes, the colors are great, which is something we'll get into detail later, but it's not the colors that make this an insanely clickable thumbnail. It's Ashley and her position and her expression, and Kelly and the action he's taking. These elements work together to evoke the questions, what led up to this very moment, and what's about to happen next? These questions open a curiosity gap. That gap is only closed by clicking on the video and watching it. The stronger the curiosity gap, the more clickable the thumbnail. And the strongest curiosity gaps on YouTube are created using one of the same 5 methods. The thumbnail we just looked at is a prime example of a moment thumbnail. These thumbnails generate curiosity by offering a glimpse into the moment right before a powerful reaction. When the moment captured
Yeah, I don't think moments are going to be for me, so
contains enough emotion and tension, it becomes nearly irresistible. When we inevitably click on the video, we're clicking to find out what happens directly before, during, and after that exact moment. Story thumbnails also generate curiosity by provoking the question, what happens next? But instead of focusing on a specific moment before a reaction, story thumbnails place the emphasis on building narrative. They usually do this by introducing a point of tension or a question that sets up the first act of the story. When we click on the video, we click both for the resolution of the tension on screen and for whatever new tension or consequence that resolution leads to. The stronger the tension, the more effective the thumbnail. Result thumbnails feature a desired result. Whether it's a physical final product or a sought-after skill, the curiosity gap remains the same. How did they do it? And commonly, how can I do it too? The more sought after the result, the stronger the curiosity gap, and the more effective the thumbnail. Transformation thumbnails also feature a desired result. The difference is they also show a beginning state. The more relatable this beginning state, the more effective transformation thumbnails are, but the curiosity coming from the desire to know the story and process behind getting from point A to point B.
Golly.
Let me show you how I'm using Grammarly's AI tools when I'm feeling less than creative at work. I do a
And last but not least, novelty thumbnails draw their power from our natural urge.
Alright, just so everyone can see, let me... If anyone wants to see, giant tomato. I have no idea what's going to happen with it, but giant tomato. Also, what's going on here? Why did I need to... I don't understand what's going on with that. We'll worry about it later.
To experience something we've never seen before. Novelty thumbnails typically come in 2 flavors: novelty that inspires awe and novelty that is weird or unexpected. And while novelty can be drawn from complete absurdity, it tends to be the most effective when it's combined with something we're already familiar with, offering a unique spin to something we already know. So before you open Canva or Photoshop, consider what curiosity gap.
So that sounds very fun and all, but I feel like that is very limiting in like the kind of content that people are trying to create. Like just immediately, like what's going on with like what they're explaining is it's not going to like necessarily apply to like something like I'm doing. I'm more of a like a let's play type of deal. Like some of this like might be really good for some of the other content that I'm planning on making, but
what questions can you introduce that they really need the answers to? If you're having trouble coming up with a strong curiosity gap, I have some bad news for you. Your video idea probably isn't interesting enough in the first place.
And I get this all the time. You know, I've got this amazing idea. It's gonna be so funny. I just can't think of a way to thumbnail it. And I'm like, well, then it's not a good YouTube idea, unfortunately.
The best YouTube thumbnails come from killer video ideas. And the topic...
I feel like that's probably a nice general rule of thumb, but I also feel like it's one of those things where when it comes down to it, it's like that might just be more of a gap in your ability to, I guess, like think creatively, to be actually like put like pen to paper. Like it's like I'm sure plenty of people like can appreciate the experience of, oh, I can see this in my head. I generally see how I want to design it, but I can't, like, if I try to put pen to paper, it won't happen. Like, and it's like in like trying to figure out like how you want to make it like actually like pop is a whole thing. Like I can tell you like by example. I should probably honestly just leave this up, but like as you can see, at least like with like the different thumbnails that I've done, like the whole the Mario Kart. Like I found like a Mario Kart background that I liked. I put myself in a little cart and I was like, oh, look at that shell. I can pretend like it's smacking me. Like that's nice. I feel like that works. That's a great setup. This right here, like I didn't have a whole lot. Like I couldn't think of anything to make this necessarily work that showed off like this is Kirby Crystal other than like just the thing. So I'm not expecting like these ones, the Kirby ones, to necessarily do great per se, unless like people really love Kirby 64 for some reason. Obviously I had an idea for Radical Red, kind of rethinking that to see how I could possibly do that. Polka Emblem was another one where I kind of had like an idea. It's just when I got to like this point, I was like, how do I want to get this set up? Because originally I wanted the whole thing to be specifically like the map itself. It's just I couldn't find a picture of the map itself in a resolution where I could like reasonably make it all fit, right? So like just because you can't necessarily come up with how to thumbnail it, like that might just be more of a like your brain's not there, not that your idea is bad, but like it might be something to think about.
Of how to come up with a killer video idea is big enough to make an entire other video about it. So I will. I'll put a link in the description below when it's out, but to make sure you don't miss it, now would be a great time to, well, you know the rest. After you're 90% confident you have a curiosity gap people will click for, you have the foundation for your killer thumbnail to blow up your channel. But in order for someone to get hooked by your killer curiosity gap, they have to notice it in the first place. Because as soon as we log onto YouTube, we're hit with a screen full of different recommendations, each one vying for attention. And as we're browsing through our recommendations, often with our brains on autopilot, we scroll past countless thumbnails that we don't even mentally register. To avoid their thumbnails being lost in the noise, the best YouTubers in the world are masters at pattern interruption. They know exactly what to include in their thumbnails to stop your scroll, because they know how to hack our brain's attention system. You see, our brains are constantly bombarded by stimulus. If we constantly took in everything we could perceive at all times, we'd be paralyzed with information overload. So to help us out, our brains use attention, focusing on the most relevant or useful information while filtering out the rest. But this attention system can be hacked because our brains are biologically primed to pay more attention to certain things. I call these things scroll stoppers, and top YouTubers include them in their thumbnails to ensure that their thumbnails catch your eye.
Your space is about to change forever. Discover new metal posters from Display.
A classic example is the use of
we're
faces.
8 minutes in, and this is like the third or
You've
fourth
probably
ad.
heard the advice
Turn the ads
that
down,
faces
jeez.
do well in thumbnails. And indeed, our brains are very good at recognizing faces because it helps us understand other people's emotions and intentions, which can in turn signal a potential threat or opportunity. The larger the face, the stronger this effect. But before you go slapping a giant picture of your face to the left side of each of your thumbnails, hey Mr. Beast, keep in mind that faces are quite a bit more effective for your favorite YouTubers than they are for you. And no, that's not a diss on your looks. It's due to something called familiarity bias, which is the idea that our brains are naturally drawn to what we're familiar with. When we recognize the face of a YouTuber we already know, like, and trust, we're more likely to click on it versus a thumbnail featuring a face we don't recognize. Now, this doesn't mean that if you're a new or small YouTuber, you're completely screwed. And in fact, familiarity bias is something that can even be hacked in our favor. That's the logic behind the thumbnail style of charisma on command. People are more likely to stop their scroll when they see a celebrity they recognize versus the face of a random guy they don't know. Familiarity bias is so powerful that even well-known gaming YouTubers will often feature a recognizable character or element from a popular game instead of their own face in a thumbnail. And familiarity bias extends beyond faces as well. That's one of the reasons why thumbnails featuring instantly recognizable interfaces, such as Discord, iMessage, Yelp, PayPal, and others, are so eye-catching. This isn't to say that you should never include your face in a thumbnail if you're a lesser-known YouTuber. Our natural attraction faces is powerful.
Sorry, Max was. I heard Max getting into Penny's food.
Even if they're unfamiliar. But if you're a smaller YouTuber hoping to attract a larger audience, you shouldn't rely on your face alone to stop a scroll. Instead, consider using one or more of these other scroll stoppers. In general, we're attracted to nice, large, round numbers. These clickable numbers become even more clickable when money is attached to it, something finance channels tend to use to their advantage. In fact, money in any form tends to stop our scroll. We're also naturally wired to detect danger and movement, as they can often signal a new threat or opportunity in our environment. In a similar vein, we're drawn to displays of emotion, because an emotional reaction in others can signal a threat we haven't detected ourselves yet. We're biologically attracted to bright colors, which in the early days of human existence could help us identify everything from ripening fruit to fresh blood. And we're also drawn to things that are aesthetically pleasing, because frankly, they feel really nice to look at, and our brains want more of that pleasurable feeling. But while it may be tempting to jam as many scroll stoppers as possible into your thumbnail, that could end up hurting rather than helping you. Because the more scroll stoppers your thumbnail has and the more clickbaity your thumbnail becomes, the more diluted your brand gets. That's one of the reasons why Ryan Trahan opts for more realistic looking faces in his thumbnails.
And I found that realistic thumbnails just feel like me. It feels like, yeah, if my face is not like, then I feel more connected to the thumbnail. If I'm just making a very subtle face that's like, because it's realistic and I'm like, oh, that's legit.
So before you get lost in the sauce of throwing in big numbers, bright colors, and giant emotional faces in each of your thumbnails, consider the brand you want to build and the story you want to tell. Not every scroll stopper will fit with every creator and every audience and every curiosity gap, and that's okay. Just choose the one or two that enhances, rather than dilutes or distracts from, your chosen curiosity gap and your brand. After you have a killer curiosity gap and one or more killer scroll stoppers, you've nailed the psychology of the click. But how can we turn that well thought out psychology into a physical thumbnail? That brings us to part 3 in making a killer thumbnail to blow up your channel: killer design. We tend to think of design as adding things.
I get that's
but
the
great
thing,
design
but
is actually about getting the main point across as quickly as possible. Which is good news for us, because if it takes more than 2 seconds for a viewer to fully understand what's happening in your thumbnail, they're already scrolling past, leaving your video unnoticed and unwatched. To avoid this, top YouTubers obsess over making their thumbnails extremely obvious to see and incredibly easy to process. And to do that, they perfect the 3 C's of thumbnail design: contents, composition, and contrast. The contents of your thumbnail are all of the visual elements that make up your thumbnail, including people, icons, graphics, backgrounds, and text. Essentially, it's the what of your thumbnail. But how do you decide what to include in your thumbnail? It's simple. You include whatever you need to create your curiosity gap. Typically, these elements are broken into 2 categories: main characters and supporting characters. The main character is the single element that best contributes to the curiosity gap. This is the hero or focal point of the thumbnail. For a novelty thumbnail, it's the weird, new, or unexpected thing. For a result thumbnail, it's the result. For a story thumbnail, it's the main character or driver of the story, and so on and so forth. And while in some rare cases there can be more than one main character, in the vast majority of thumbnails, every other element exists to support the main character in creating the curiosity gap, either by providing necessary context, drawing attention, or adding additional curiosity. In this story thumbnail for Mr. Beast, the curiosity gap comes from wanting to know what happened while he was stranded at sea, what challenges he came across, and how he dealt with those challenges. The story is about Mr. Beast, so he's the main character. The rest of the elements are supporting characters. There's a raft to indicate that the main character is stranded, the water to indicate that he's at sea, sharks to add the scroll stopper of danger, and the words day 7 to indicate the scope and depth depth of the video. There's nothing extraneous here. Every single element has a purpose, and every element is positioned in a way that guides the eye directly to the main character. Which brings us to the second C of thumbnail design.
I would love to know how in the world the day 7 draws your eye to Mr. Beast there. Like, I don't see how that one specifically. Like, I get the idea behind it, but I don't see it. Let's see. What do we need? Green peas and turnips. All right. Let's see. We got some space. I know I haven't planted a lot of green peas. Can I do anything about the... Ah, you eventually break it down. Interesting. Okay. Get the rest of the green peas going.
Composition. Starting with layout, most high-performing thumbnails follow one of two alignments. Symmetrical thumbnails place their main character in the center, with the left side of the thumbnail closely resembling the right side. Asymmetrical thumbnails follow the rule of thirds, placing their main character on the left or right third of the thumbnail. But it's not just the placement of the main character that matters. Supporting characters and backgrounds can also be used to direct attention. When placed properly, natural lines in the background can become leading lines, subtly drawing our eyes to the main character. And of course, the classic red arrow or circle helps to quite literally point out what we should be looking at. In some cases, though, top YouTubers will intentionally direct some attention away from the main character, instead choosing to emphasize a supporting character. This is usually in cases where the supporting character is used as a reference point to establish some unique defining characteristic of the main character, such as size. In those cases, top YouTubers are very careful to ensure their thumbnails maintain the proper hierarchy, preventing the main character from being overshadowed by any supporting characters. This hierarchy can be established using scale, where the main character is significantly larger than any other element, blur, where the main character is in focus while the other elements are blurred, and depth. Where the main character is the element closest to the camera. This hierarchy is especially critical to keep in mind when considering thumbnail text. Text in thumbnails is tricky. In some thumbnails, text is an integral supporting character, adding critical context, clarity, or curiosity. In others, text only serves to add clutter. So if you're tripping over your words, here are some pointers. Text should only be used if it's additive to the story the thumbnail is trying to tell. What do I mean by additive? Well, there are a number of ways in which text can help create curiosity. It can be used to show scope or intensity in a thumbnail, such as 41 minutes in or steak number 46, which gives viewers a sense of scale. It can add context, giving viewers insight to things they may not know. It can add clarity to things that might not be obvious, and can even be a source of curiosity, acting like a subheading. If you do elect to use text in your thumbnails, here are some things to keep in mind. While the human brain can process an image in as little as 13 milliseconds, it takes us much longer to process text. So unless the text you use is a big flashy number with a $sign in front of it, don't count on text to be what draws in viewers in the first place. Your text should never just repeat your title. Remember, we're going for additive, not repetitive. And you should optimize your text for legibility. This means keeping it to a maximum of 5 words, avoiding it looking like a block of text, using language your audience can easily understand, and selecting a font that is easy to read. Typically, this means sans serif fonts with outlines and shadows, unless you're going for a specific brand or vibe. And make sure your text is never higher in the element hierarchy than your main character. Take this lovely Binging with Babish thumbnail. It's a clear, compelling result thumbnail, and it looks delicious. Now let's make the most common thumbnail text mistake. No more eye-catching result. Instead, just a block of text you won't bother reading as you scroll past. To avoid ruining a good thumbnail with poor text choices, ensure your main character always remains the dominant element. But positioning alone isn't enough to do that. And even the most beautifully structured thumbnail can be ruined if it doesn't apply one critical
I hear Penny whining. Give me a few moments. The fact that these things are not... Oh my god, what is this nonsense? I'm literally getting screwed by game mechanics here. Thank you, Jesus. That was awful. And we're gonna... Wow, okay.
Seen Pepper?
I believe she's putting out a fire.
Like running towards them.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That was... Ooh. Get dingle hopped. Yeah, get dingle hopped, nerd. Okay, well, he's dead.
Yeah. That's the hard part, is not wanting to get greedy when you're close.
And this is it, bitch!
He did it!
If there was a teabag emote, I would be teabagging so hard.
I can't imagine that would get approved.
A teabag emote?
Yeah.
No. Well, either way, that's going on TikTok. Because fuck that bitch.
Hell yeah!
Oh no, the moon thing. I better fight it. Oh wait, I didn't do the things. It's just gonna eat my face.
That's funny.
Alright, yeah, so that only took about 15, 20 minutes. Because I spent the first, 10 minutes dicking around letting people come in.
But now you're gonna die.
Yeah.
Thing's creepy though. Looking.
Oh yeah. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of glad that I don't have to fight that thing. That I feel like that thing would be absolute bullshit to try and have to fight. Yeah, got him.
You
Get
son of a bitch.
Get him. Oh, damn it.
Eat it.
Alright.
Wait for that to activate.
Oh, cool. I teleported my swords back to me. Good.
Nice. Trick shot. Oh. I should get a trophy for this.
Hey! Got a trophy for it. That's the only reason why I kept doing this, because I was figuring...
Alright, Penny was just wanting to sunbathe apparently, so...
Concept.
Once I hear her
This
whining,
concept?
we'll pause and I'll run
And
back
no,
out to
not
grab her.
this type of contrast. When we say that a thumbnail really pops, what we're really saying is that it has good contrast. And when applied properly, contrast can not only instantly capture attention.
This is Wix Studio, built to meet any brief. When the brief calls for complex structure,
I hope I don't
AI map
get this
But
many ads on
also
my
guide the
videos.
viewer's eye
Jesus.
directly to the most important part of the thumbnail. How do we do that? With color. Colors have three values: hue, saturation, and lightness or luminosity, and contrast can be created using each of these values. Contrast using luminosity comes from mixing lights and darks. Luminosity contrast is the driver behind the success of this thumbnail for Mr. Who's the Boss. This is a novelty thumbnail, the curiosity generated from a strange crystal structure we've never seen before. The main character of the crystal structure and the critical supporting characters of the contextual text and the arrow are the complete opposite luminosity from the rest of the background, and from Mr. Who's the Boss himself. If Mr. Who's the Boss's background was lighter, our attention wouldn't be drawn to the curiosity generators anymore. They'd completely blend in. Instead, we'd instantly be drawn to Mr. Who's the Boss's face, which isn't strong enough alone to drive curiosity and get the click.
This
Contrast
bus doesn't
using
have a strong face,
saturation
confirmed.
comes from mixing areas of high saturation with areas of low saturation. The best example of this is Ryan Trahan's iconic World's Quietest Room thumbnail, which was so effective it started a whole trend. The main character in Ryan's thumbnail is Ryan himself, and his reaction to being within the world's quietest room. By dropping the saturation to just grayscale for the rest of the thumbnail.
And that was Penny whining. I'm just going to turn off the camera, but I'll be right back. Okay.
But keeping Ryan in full saturation, that saturation being emphasized even more by using a rich, bright color, Ryan instantly stands out from everything else, and our eyes immediately find him. Saturation contrast can also be combined with luminosity contrast for eye-catching results. In this thumbnail from Elizabeth Phillips, the main curiosity generators are Elizabeth herself and the supporting text. Elizabeth's turtleneck and the supporting text are the opposite luminosity from the rest of the background, creating luminosity contrast. But to take things one step further, she adds a bright pop of red for saturation contrast, instantly drawing attention to her face and to the most important word on the thumbnail. Less common but still worth mentioning, we have hue contrast. Contrast using hue comes from using what's known as complementary colors. These are colors that sit opposite to each other on the color wheel. They're the colors that create the most pop when placed side by side. In this thumbnail from Mr. Beast, the color of the raft is neatly complementary to the color of the water. If his raft were a different color, it wouldn't stand out as much. And take a look at this thumbnail from Nick DiGiovanni. He could have chosen any color as his background, but this bright blue is the one that best complements the vibrant orange of the Prime bottle, allowing it to pop. But contrasting hue isn't reserved for just two colors. Remember when I said the colors in this Kelly Wakasa thumbnail were great? It's a great example of split complementary colors. The main colors of Ashley's skin tone, her blue coat, and Kelly's yellow coat are nearly perfectly split complementary, resulting in each color standing out without anyone overpowering the others. Other complementary color schemes include triads and even tetrads. And while using complementary colors is by no means necessary for a killer thumbnail, trust me, the vast majority of successful thumbnails don't follow a perfectly complementary color scheme. It's a great place to start if you typically struggle with picking out thumbnail colors. But the concept of contrast isn't reserved.
So I guess an example, like here, me being in the gray shirt and it's like the Pokemon itself, like the things that really contrast in this specifically are like the text. Okay, so interesting. Like maybe my yellow hat really helps pop, but yeah, okay. Like I'm not like the main focus here. Like reading left to right, cool, I'm in a good spot, but I'm not being the eye-catching thing. It's literally the Charizard that's probably the most eye-catching thing here. Okay. Okay. I think I could probably end up doing this better as well, because I almost feel like I want to flip-flop, maybe put character on this side, me over on the other side. I don't know. But some ideas that are coming in.
For color values within a thumbnail itself. Contrast is also incredibly powerful when applied in relation to other thumbnails your viewers might often see. In a second, I'm going to show you a screen of thumbnails. I want you to notice which ones your eyes are instantly drawn to. Ready? Go. Which thumbnail does your attention keep snagging on? For most people, it's this one, which is wild because looking at it, there's nearly nothing on it. It doesn't seem like a particularly brilliant thumbnail, but it stands out to us because it's different. While every other Minecraft thumbnail is bursting with numerous brightly colored elements, this thumbnail just has one big color block. As a result, it's remarkable. It contrasts with every thumbnail around it, making it pop. So while it may be tempting to follow the thumbnail meta of your niche, consider going against the grain. If most thumbnails are maximalist, try something minimalist. If most thumbnails use red, try using blue or green. Try being remarkable. It might just be your breakout thumbnail. It was for me.
Shop Etsy for original and affordable Father's Day gifts as special as Dad.
He's a belle, he's a boy, he's belt boy. Hotels bring him joy, he's...
But whether you choose...
So I guess like in this scenario, just like out of curiosity, if I were to search up Pokemon, just Pokemon Radical Red. So that's not even... Radical Red full Nuzlocke. Like, obviously, I can't do anything about things like this. Like, this isn't even a thumbnail. Like, this has 16,000 views. Like, and honestly, I feel like this is a bit much, to be honest. So just out of curiosity, who is Crap?
So the Radical Red video.
Stop. And you only have 2.8. Like, why does that have so many views? Because I feel like that's a lot. It's just out of curiosity, like what are you looking at? Like, you got 21 videos. A couple of them are just kind of nothing, and a couple of, like, some of them have crazy, like, I mean, that's only 5 seconds, so that... Like, I will say this one right here, I feel like that's a really great thing. But yeah, I feel like some of these are a bit much. So it's kind of like wild to me how it's like some of these thumbnails are like just like a whole lot. Yeah, I think this one's just meant for ridiculousness. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I definitely feel like it, and a lot of this is also not like actual like let's plays. It's literally just like, here's the thing, which is again something that I'm doing something completely differently.
Choose to think outside the rectangle or draw your inspiration from what already works, it's safe to say that by now a lot of work has been poured into your thumbnail. There are curiosity gaps and scroll stoppers and contents and composition and contrast. It's a lot to keep track of. So as you're making your final thumbnail adjustments, how do you know when you're done? How do you know that you have a killer thumbnail that's good enough to blow up your channel? To evaluate the quality of their thumbnails, the best YouTubers in the world run their finished thumbnails through a series of 3 tests. Which brings us to the 4th and final step in our formula to make a killer thumbnail to blow up your channel: killer analysis. The first test top YouTubers run on their thumbnails is the clarity test. Because when we make our thumbnails, they're usually taking up our entire screen on Photoshop, Canva, or in my case, Figma. They look brilliant,
Figma
bold, and
balls?
beautiful. The perfect thumbnail, a masterpiece. But your viewers don't see your thumbnail on
Seriously, what in the world
Photoshop.
is
Your
Figma?
viewers see your thumbnail on YouTube. And thumbnails can look very different in full screen than when they're teeny tiny on a suggested panel. So to make sure your thumbnail makes sense at any size, pop it into a preview tool like ClickPilot. The smallest your thumbnail will ever show up on YouTube is in the suggested panel. So to pass the clarity test, you must be able to make out every element of your thumbnail in the sidebar view without straining. Can you clearly read every word? Can you easily identify every element? If the answer is no, your thumbnail still needs some work. Once you've passed the clarity test, you can advance the contrast test. This is where top YouTubers verify their thumbnail stands out in a crowd. Add a few channels that your viewers are also watching. Does your thumbnail interrupt the pattern? Can your thumbnail stop the scroll? If not, go back and make some changes. If yes, you're ready to move on to the third and final test, the glance test. If you've made it all the way to this test, it's safe to say that you've spent a lot of time staring at your thumbnail, which means that you're more than a little biased. So for the ultimate test of whether or not they have a killer thumbnail, the best YouTubers in the world show their thumbnails to someone else.
Even sometimes I'll just take a thumbnail on my phone and show it to someone really quickly and just say, what did you see?
Put your thumbnail on your phone and flash it to a friend, family member, or willing stranger for 2 seconds, and then ask them what they saw. If those 2 seconds aren't enough for someone seeing your thumbnail for the first time to fully understand what's going on, your thumbnail isn't clear enough. But if you pass the clarity test, and the contrast test, and the glance test, congratulations. You have your killer thumbnail.
Interesting.
What do Elma, Jimmy, and Marcus have in common? They all grew their businesses with Fiverr freelancers. Whether it's for building a new e-commerce store, seeking marketing or business consultation, boosting performance with...
You'd think that would be the end, right? But no, despite being so intentional about every component of their thumbnail, the best YouTubers in the world still have one final secret they apply to every thumbnail they make. Because even the best YouTubers in the world are wrong sometimes. So top YouTubers don't just make one killer thumbnail, they make 3.
Okay, so this is some A/B testing type stuff. My problem here is I'd be worried that they're scraping my data. That's the big thing. I'll bookmark these. Maybe we'll mess around with them later, but I'll try and keep those in mind.
One that they hit publish with, and 2 variations they're ready to swap in a moment's notice, as soon as they see a video start to flop. These variations aren't as simple as just changing the t-shirt color and calling it a day. Because if a thumbnail is underperforming, a t-shirt color change isn't going to be enough to save it. Instead, top YouTubers will go all the way back to the beginning, considering different curiosity gaps, scroll stoppers, elements, compositions, and types of contrast. They'll come up with 10 to 15 entirely different content.
I find that hard to believe. I find that incredibly hard to believe. That's people would literally that are successful at YouTube are literally doing 10 to 15 different fucking like incredibly unique, not slight fucking changes to thumbnails. Well, it's like maybe if they're paying somebody, and that's another thing. That's like if you're already successful, you're already making money. Like, of course you're just gonna be like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna pay somebody to do this.
Concepts. Don't worry, these concepts are not fully fleshed out. They're just sketched out. And take it from Patty Galloway, these sketches don't even have to be that good.
They are the worst sketches ever known to mankind.
The sketches just serve as a proof of concept to get a general gist of what the final product could look like. From there, they'll select the 3 best concepts to take to full thumbnails. Those are their thumbnail variations. And those are the backups they have ready to swap in, just in case their initial guess was wrong. How do you know when it's time to swap? In the first few hours after you hit publish, closely monitor your video's views, impressions, and click-through rate, or CTR. If your views, impressions, and CTR are all above average, then congratulations! You did it! You made your killer thumbnail. no swapping needed. If your views and impressions are both high, but your CTR is low, that's also a good sign. This usually happens because YouTube decided to push your video out to people outside of your core audience. And a lower than average CTR is natural and expected, no swapping needed. But if your views, impressions, and CTR are all below average, it's worth swapping to a different thumbnail variation to see if it's a problem with your thumbnail. If you're crunched for time and can't vigilantly monitor your analytics hours after each upload, that's okay, all is not lost. YouTube is rolling out their own native A/B testing feature, and if you're a pleb like me and don't have access to it yet, or if you want deeper, more customizable testing, Thumbnail Test is a great alternative. Some top YouTubers wait a few hours before swapping thumbnails, and some top YouTubers wait a few days. Either way, it always pays off to have a few variations on standby, because sometimes the only thing holding a video back from reaching its full potential is the right thumbnail. I know we've covered a lot in this video, and for good reason. Thumbnails are simultaneously incredibly important and
I don't know if I have
incredibly
it in me
complex.
to make multiple
And although I
thumbnails.
threw a lot at you today, if there's anything to remember when making a killer thumbnail to blow up your channel, it's give your viewers a reason to click, make your thumbnails obvious to see and easy to understand, and pass your tests. To help you out, you can even save this guide to reference every time you make a thumbnail. I'll put a link to download it for free in the video description below. And here's the thing, the next thumbnail you make may not be perfect, or the one after that, or the one after that. But guess what? There is no such thing as the perfect thumbnail. Thumbnails are an art form, not an exact science. And all of the guidelines I introduce in this video are just that, guidelines. For every point I've brought up, there are dozens of examples of killer counterpoints. But sometimes you just need to understand the best practices in order to know which ones to bend or break. And as long as you implement the principles covered in this video with every thumbnail you make, you're going to get better and better. YouTube channels tend to grow a little bit at a time and then all at once. And while I might not be able to guarantee that your next video will go viral, I am sure of one thing. If you keep going and if you keep improving.
All right, this is just sappy, mopey type stuff. So, if I wanted to do something, I guess, different here. First thing I'd probably do is I'd probably try and go for more of centering this. Then maybe we post myself back in. Like maybe. I still think like maybe the background isn't necessarily great. Like maybe I can find something else that might work, but I don't know what that would be. Like I like this idea, and I know I had like A/B testing where one of the things I did was more of a like without any clothes, but I feel like that didn't necessarily help me, and YouTube probably like suppressed those ones specifically. Like, so I'm kind of thinking like something like this does generally work. I'll say kind of like like I would say like us two, we definitely like we pop on the against the screen itself. That's nice and centered. I feel like we're pretty evened out. Yeah, I don't know. Cause like maybe I scooch you off to the side and nope. God damn it. Maybe we delete that. Here we go, like me a bit bigger. Maybe take you a bit smaller. We raise that up a bit so that actually like doing the full thing. Because I mean, like, do I need to even have like Elden Ring in here? Like, because let's see. Because I know Harv, he has like some really successful videos. And none of them like specifically have Elden Ring in it or like as like the main thing. Like honestly, this one right here is just so good. Like maybe I don't even need to be in this. Maybe I get a better. Maybe I find a better picture for. For like this, maybe I go with more of my idea that I have planned for like whenever I do like the Millennia like fight stuff. Like I might because I like I have a plan for that. It's just you know what? Maybe we can just because I think I should still have it hooked up. Because we're not actually going to be doing anything too crazy. But like maybe. Then I need to remember where I can turn the HUD off at. Because if I can get a good screenshot of what I'm trying to do. Gotta remember to go back to the roots. Alright, where does this put us? Because if it puts us somewhere okay enough, I can work with this. You know what? I think this should be fine. So maybe do like... Alright, so like maybe if I can... I'd probably have to mess around with... let's see... Like maybe I got something there. Like I wish I could get just like a little bit further out. Because I'm assuming I'm probably gonna need that. Just trying to find like that exact right like camera. Oh, I madness myself up. Okay, cool. That's fine. Like maybe I can find something out of that? Like maybe I don't need one directly coming at it. Maybe I'm fine with going from the side. Just with the way the HUD works, it's like it's hard. You know? Like maybe there's something in there. Maybe if I lower the angle. Alright, try again. Yeah, the problem is like I can't make the camera go any further away, right? Ooh, actually, turn auto rotation off? So maybe if I... Ooh, okay. That auto rotation going off, that's... Okay. We might have something here. We might just have something here. So now that I won't auto rotate. That might be good. Like, I hate how zoomed in it is. Like, I get why it's as zoomed in as it is. Yeah, probably that angle right there. Probably, like, try and grab a screenshot of, like, just as we're coming down type of deal. Alright, let me see. Like, that could be kind of cool. Probably not exactly what I would have wanted, but alright, let's see. Alright, so I think I can get something good here. Maybe. I think I'll probably be better off like trying to record and then capture it, not like so I can get like a frame perfect. Okay, actually. That one might actually be pretty cool. All right, hold on. Window gaming. Pull this up. So I think the last one that I just grabbed was pretty cool. Where you at? Like honestly, like this right here. Like I think this one's actually pretty cool. Actually, let me turn the farm off so y'all can. But like, yeah, we're missing a little bit of the toe, but whatever. But like, big swooshing fire spear completely on fire, cool pose. Like if I can, like maybe if I could like, again, I do a recording and I can get like a frame perfect where everything comes out a little bit clearer. that'd be really good. But I think like something like this. I think something like this right here would be really good. The other big problem that I'm gonna have to worry about, which I'm probably gonna want to see if I can learn something in like Photopea, because I know, as far as I know, GIMP doesn't have like a smart edger where it's like, okay, I draw generally around this and it will like snap to the overarching outline. It's like, I need something like that for this, right? But I like this. I like this idea right here. I think that's good. All right, let's check the farm one last time, see kind of where we're at with things. What can we do? We need more radishes for the next thing. So let's load up radishes. We can get back to this tomorrow. I think I'm gonna get ready to end here because I need to take a look at dinner, see what I need to do for all of that. All right, let's plant a couple bushes, because why not? So that way we can get this whole thing going. Would it be okay? Bees collect nectar from bushes and flowers to produce biofuel. Okay, so I'm guessing every time I click on it, it takes out the biofuel. At least that's what I'm assuming. Oh, you can right click to move. Holy shit. Oh my god, there's a lot more to this than I thought. Huh. Okay. That's good news. Oh, right. I completely forgot that we even opened that up. Actually, real quick. Can I get another 18,000 real quick? Sure can. All right. Let's go ahead, open this up, or at least get that going. And then we can keep expanding the farm out that way. All right, we don't have anything for pinto beans, and we're actually really poor. Hold on. Alright, we should have more than enough to take care of that. Alright. So, definitely gonna get that. I don't care about that. Grab the one for the leek. And then we already have something for that, which, okay. I want the reroll. Okay, okay. Yeah, let me fix this now, because if I don't... Actually, you know what? I think I might keep the auto-rotate off, because... Wait. Actually, I might need to auto-rotate, because that might also affect... That might affect the one thing. Okay. But I got plans. Let me actually return back to here, so I remember... Yeah, okay. Put that out. Alright, I know I saw a couple people go live. Let's see who we got. I think I want to raid Jam. Jam's good people. Actually, you know what? We don't ever get to raid Cajun Kishi. He always gets a chance to raid us every so often. Oh. Is that wrong? Alright, how did I... Alright, Cajun. How in the world do you spell your name? Gotta wait for ads. Give me a second. Oh, I said Coot. Oh my god, I spelled it Kujin. No wonder that didn't work. Alright. He is currently doing retro achievements for one of the Ninja Turtle games. I don't remember which one it is off the top of my head. It's the Double Dragon Streets of Rage type game. It's not the first one. That's just the Ninja Turtles. I think it's arcade game. Okay, that apparently it's just Ninja Turtles arcade game. But all right, whatever. All right, but yeah, I think we have some ideas. I guess I'll figure out what I specifically want to do. But yeah, we'll figure it out. All right. Either way, let's go show Cajun some love. I always enjoy being able to hang out in his streams. Later tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to be doing more Radical Red. And then tomorrow, more work-alongs during the day. And then going into Pokemon Stadium. After that, Thursday is going to be work-along streams during the day. And then me and Adam should be getting together to do our seamless co-op of Dark Souls 3. Oh, and on Time's Up. All right, bye.